All right, folks. Hawk asked me to go ahead and get this started for him, and he would be joining us here shortly. So, Hawk, if you were listening in, StreamYard said they could not access your Facebook. So, I don't know as far as all of that goes. Uh, it might be having something to do with your Facebook account, or if it's something having to do with StreamYard. I don't know. It just said it couldn't access it. So, all right, everybody. So, how is everybody doing? Um, I don't like being on screen like that. All right, there we go. All right, so there's been quite a bit of stuff coming out this morning, and yesterday, as a matter of fact, I called Hawk about the Jim Jordan thing, and I was like, "What the hell's going on here?" So I called Hawk and I said, "Hey, yeah." We were talking and about the Jordan thing and the money laundering scheme, and I was telling about the FTX stuff that I covered. Oh God, I think it was 2 years ago, and how Sam Bankman-Fried was sending money to Democrats, and the co-CEO Ryan Salame was sending it to Republicans. So, in Republicans like Kevin McCarthy, and then he would distribute it down to others, and then Steve Scalise was also receiving money from him. If I remember right, according to the FEC receipts. So it's a real mess. And then also, I come across a video earlier this morning about a U.S. code about politicians and our representatives and stuff going against the the government, and we see that a lot in Congress here lately. So I think it's going to be quite interesting. It's going to be an interesting few days to say the least. So, like I said, Hawk will be with us in a little bit. He told me to get this thing going. He'd join us. So, and I wasn't planning on going live today. And Hawk, he kind of persuaded me to. I said, "You set up the live, and I'll be there." And he called me about 20 minutes ago saying, "Hey, I need you to go ahead and set up the live." And I'll join you as soon as I can. So, all right. I know Hawk usually has music playing. I I apologize. I didn't have that up on cue. But however, I will do this. So let's go through my feed here. Let's see what we got. Let's see. I will go here, right here. Now, let me pull this up here so everybody can see it. Let's see here. I sent this to Hawk. I tagged him. I said, "So should this be considered proof positive that the quote movie theory that everyone is touting about? According to this, charges can be is supposed to be filed. That's why I'm asking about the movie theory. Below is the site to which I retrieved the excerpt. Talk about this excerpt right here. Um, so let's see what this dude has to say.
Okay, I found a law that says anybody who violates their oath of office, i.e., the congressmen, senators, the Democrats, have all violated their oath of office, which says they will protect and defend all Americans against any foreign or domestic enemies, which is exactly what they brought in. Now they're supporting the enemies against American citizens. It's a violation of their oath. And Pam Bondi, this is a message to Pam Bondi. She should start removing them and prosecuting every one of those Democrats that have done this and supported the Biden's open border, and prosecute them for their violation of oath of office. It is 18 USC section 1918, and it's punishable by a fine, imprisonment, and removal from office. And we should activate that right now against all the Democrats who are violating that oath of office right now. Pam Bondi, this is a message for you. Please start prosecuting these Democrats as they should be.
So I would just like to add, it's not only Democrats that are the problem. All right, yeah, we see a lot of it coming from them, but it's also look at the obstruction happening with some of the rhinos. Okay, Mitch McConnell's a good example of that one. So if we look here, this is 18 USC 1918. Okay, disloyalty and asserting the right to strike against the government. Whoever violates the provision of Section 7311 of Title 5 that an individual may not accept or hold a government or position in the government of the United States or the government of the District of Columbia if he, one, advocates the overthrow of our constitutional form of government, two, is a member of an organization that he knows advocates for the overthrow of our constitutional form of government. Three, participates in a strike or asserts the right to strike against the government of the United States or the government of the District of Columbia. Or four, is a member of an organization of employees of the government of the United States or of individuals employed by the government of the District of Columbia that he knows asserts the right to strike against the government of the United States or the government of the District of Columbia shall be fined under this title or imprisoned not more than 1 year and a day or both. So let's go back here and let's look up what is it? Section 7311 of Title 5. So let's go here real quick. Let me pull it up here. Yep. Okay. So let's see here. Bring this over here so that way we can read it together. All right. Title 5 U.S. Code, Section 7311, Loyalty and Striking. An individual may not accept or hold a position in the government of the United States or the government of the District of Columbia if he advocates the overthrow of our constitutional form of government, which it was mentioned below, is a member of an organization that he knows advocates for the overthrow of our constitutional form of government. Now, that statement alone, I just want to remind you about a certain congressman that Marjorie Taylor Greene called out about being a member of Antifa. Okay. And I got to go in here. And I got to turn somebody blue here. But I mean, they, and we have to ask ourselves, why she made that specific remark on the record at that time. Okay. So I just want you to make that known. And then we look at Act Blue, we look at, all the George Soros, things, because right here is a member of an organization that he knows advocates for the overthrow of our constitutional form of government. So, I mean, that can be construed in a lot of different ways. It really can. So, let's um, let's think about that for a minute. Let's have a discussion, in the chat about that. So, what is everybody's take on what that guy said and hearing what the law actually says? So, anybody's thoughts um, on that? Because I mean, it's pretty. And I'm going to drop this in the chat for everybody. Oh, speaking of Israel, did everybody see that they struck Doha, Qatar this morning? Um, everybody see that? Well, now, who was it that said that? Awakened. It very well could be included in the Brunson case, but that also depends on which Brunson case you're talking about. Because if you remember, each brother filed a separate case. So, eh, I don't know. I have not fully been able to read those cases. Let me go back here. Come on. And then we have this. Why aren't Democrats discussing this one? It was a note from Bill Clinton on his birthday. Happy 50th. It's assuming uh, I can't even really read that because I'm not wearing my glasses. But I mean, there's some to unpack there too. That came from Carly Bonet, so I'll share that one in the chat too. So, and then we have this, from the skiff. Uh, the mainstream media is a joke. How desperately they are. They have nothing on Trump and they can't stand it. They don't understand. They have lied for so long that nobody believes anything they say anyway. A fake birthday card? Are these your tactics? How are there two different images of the same picture? Remember, they already released this alleged picture months ago, and there's a $20 billion lawsuit in the works. How are there two now? There will be a professional examiner to prove that this is nowhere near the signature with the new lawsuit, along with the Rosie O'Donnell being sued as well for saying that Trump gave Epstein $1 billion and for claiming that he is a pedophile. Watch how fast the retractions start. Trump will win again. I'm sorry, but this is stupid. So, yeah, they really don't know how to tell the truth. I mean, they just don't. And this right here, I thought this was a masterpiece for Gavin Newsom. The old snake charmer. So, let's see here. Yeah, anybody with you know a working brain cell can understand that's not Donald Trump's signature. His is very specific. Okay, and let's see here. Go back home. Go back here. So, like I said, I wasn't really prepared for anything. Go back to the Jim Jordan stuff because I mean that really that kind of threw me for a loop a little bit. The Jim Jordan stuff did. Let's see. Do you have that the cartels just ordered street members to all out attack on American soil and T has started Operation Midway in Chicago? Well, that doesn't surprise me, especially, Brandon Johnson there in Chicago. He was calling for it too, rise up. So that that's not really 100% surprising. So I'm going to stop sharing for a minute, and I am going to pull up some things here. Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. So uh, the way Hawk was telling me yesterday, uh, that Win Red was the big one. So I want to show you guys this one here. So Win Red was the big one. So if we look here, let me blow this up so everybody can see it. So if we look here, oh come on, really? Go back. No, that's not what I want. Dang it. I think it was this one. Yeah, right here. All right. So if we look, what else? I went up to the right one here. Win Red, Ryan Salome, $2,900, $29, another $2,900. Okay, so there's quite a bit here. All right, Ryan Salome. Now, once again, Ryan Salome was the co-CEO of FTX. All right. So now, if we go and we look here, I should be able to flip through them. Susan Neely. Okay. Or not? No, that was her donation. But who is it to? Monica for Congress. So Monica. Who is Monica? All right. Brian Fitzpatrick. Oh, look. Win Red. Ryan Salome. Mooney for Congress 2022. Ryan Salome. Doug Emmer for Congress. Oh, look. Who's that again? Ryan Salome. Catherine Ritter. Or not Catherine Ritter. Tony Gonzalez for Congress. Oh, look. Ryan Salome. Amazing, isn't it? Let me go back here. There's a lot. Like I said, I believe Steve Scalise was one of them. Oh, look. Ronnie Jackson. Ryan Salome. Yeah, okay. Salazar. Ryan Salome. We noticing a pattern here, folks? McMorris Rogers. Ryan Salome. $2,900. Mike Garcia. Winred. $250. Which is the same institution that was laundering money, right? Ryan Salome. Oh, look, $2,900. Elise Stefanik. Ryan Salome. You noticing a pattern here, folks? I mean, seriously, are we noticing anything yet? Yep, there it is right there. Steve Scalise. Ryan Salome, $2,900. Dan Crenshaw. Another one. Right here, see? Dan Crenshaw. Get back here. Okay, that's it. I'm at the. Nope. There we go. I don't know what that is. But there is a lot, folks, a lot of different. Let me go back to this one real quick. Here's Victoria Sparks. I mean, these are just some of the PAC donations and stuff like that. I'm getting directly from the FEC. LaHood. Pam Health Political Action Committee. Now, correct me if I'm. Wasn't LaHood one of the ones that was kind of fighting on RFK Jr.'s confirmation? Oh, look, Don Bacon, American Hospital Association. Oh, wait, Andy Barr. That couldn't be the Vanguard group, could it? Well, I mean, that's just McHenry. You know, in McHenry, wasn't he the interim speaker until one was elected a while back? Oh, look, he took money from the Vanguard group too. Imagine that. The Consumers Bankers Association PAC took money from them too. But remember, bankers don't run the United States. I'm just saying, folks. Let's see. Van Dyne got money from Walgreens Corporation PAC and Pam Health. Let's see here. Who's this? Oh, Eli Crane. He's another one that took money from Ryan Salome. Ken Calvert. Oh, look at that. Two of our favorites right in a row. APAC and Ryan Salome. And Winred. Oh, Parkside's calling for a safety meeting, folks. Caroline. Ryan Salome. Oh, and it looks like his wife too, Susan. What are we really looking at here? Blaine. Let's see, who is this? Garbarino. Let me go back here. Oh, look, here's a Kevin McCarthy one. Let me edit this so everybody can see it. All right, here we go. This should do it. There we go. Look at that. Kevin McCarthy. Win red for $10. Ryan Salome. Why did he get double of what everybody else got from Ryan Salome? Doesn't that make anybody else wonder? So let's see what else we got here. All right, so this one, Chip Roy. Let me go back one. Dell Technologies. Oh, there's that one. I like that one. Go back here. All right, that ain't it. Let's see. All right, yeah. So, I mean, there's really quite a bit to unpack. I mean, and if you want, we can go to the FEC website. I mean, everybody okay with that? Going to the FEC website? It, Joanne, that could be. And they're trying to get Congress people to be able to stop. I don't want to say owning stock, but being able to trade and profit off of the the insider information they get in Congress about the stocks. So let's see here. All right. Let's go here. And Lisa, they really are all crooks. They really are. So let's go here. Campaign finance data. All data. So let's see here. Let's just look at this for a minute. All right. Ryan Salome. Let's see it here. What could that be? Could that be? Let's look at this one. Team Graham. Who is Team Graham? I'm assuming that's probably Lindsey Graham. Mitt Romney. Captain Higgins. Palazzo. So, I mean, there's really a lot. Yeah, no alert shenanigans. So, I mean, once again, and real quick, let's go back and let's look up Sam Bankman Fried. let's see here. He donated to the California Democratic Party. Uh, Now remember, this is a CEO and a co-CEO. So you have the CEO, one of the CEOs, which is Sam Bankman-Fried, donating to the Democrats, and the other one donating to Republicans and win red. So I bet if we look here, we're going to see Act Blue somewhere. All right, so let's see here. It's not Blue Dog. I don't want. Why does it keep coming up with Blue Dog? So I mean, there's really a lot. I mean, there really is a lot. And brush and roller. What do you mean no alert shenanigans, or no shenanigans? I should say, because those are the only two words capitalized. So I mean, there is really a lot. Alameda Research. What have we heard about Alameda Research? I mean, I'm just saying. Let's go back here. Let's look it up here. Act Blue. Let's see. So there's quite a lot here. Now there are other filters that I'm going to have to go through. I wasn't quite prepared for this today, um, and that's on me. But the fact of the matter is, you know, we've been being played for so long that nobody trusts the news. Nobody trusts the politicians in charge. Nobody really trusts anything that they have to say. Hey, Hawkman, I don't know. It's saying that StreamYard lost access to the live again for Facebook. So I have no idea what is going on. So what do we have here? 12 multi generational dairy and cattle farms in Point Reyes, California, are being shut down after a settlement with the Nature Conservancy and National Park Service. They have all entered a deal um, to move out of their ancestors' homes and give it all up because these quote unquote environmentalist groups are forcing them out. The 12 ranches are primarily dairy and beef cattle operations within Point Reyes National Seashore. They are described as multi generational, with families farming the land for decades. So there's really a lot. There's a lot to unpack with everything. I mean, now I will say, talking about farming, I actually talked to my state representative back in March about doing regenerative farming, and he is going to try to get it into uh, the budget so that way they can actually start providing incentives for that, for the regenerative farming, so that way it keeps prices low here and we're not having to import near the amount of beef and chicken, and keep the cost of eggs down. So, Hawk, are you ready, man? I see you backstage.
Yeah, we've got something here. Um, we should probably go to.
Okay. And I'm getting another message about your Facebook account, man.
Yeah, I took care of it. Took care of it. Facebook's having a problem with streaming, especially my account.
I got you.
Yeah. So with Chicago kicking off,
Tardiness today. Thanks for being here. Another.
With ice raids going on this morning in Chicago instead of the outer suburb areas. I figure maybe covering today's press conference would be in our best interest.
Oh yeah, without a doubt.
Okay, so I'm taking us back. They're about 5 minutes ahead of us, so I'm going to go ahead and get this started. Good morning, everybody. Hi.
Packed room. It's good to see. We'll begin with a scheduling update today. President Trump will commemorate the 24th anniversary of 9/11 on Thursday with a visit to the Pentagon Memorial in the morning, followed by an appearance at the New York Yankees game at Yankee Stadium in the Bronx on Thursday evening. Next week, as you all know, the President and the First Lady will depart for their historic state visit to the United Kingdom on Tuesday, and they return to Washington on Thursday. Today, I would like to address the tragedy that has not received nearly enough media attention, the brutal murder of Irina Zarutska. Here are the facts that many outlets have shamefully and intentionally failed to report until President Trump drew attention to it. On August 22nd, Irina Zarutska was stabbed to death on the rail system in Charlotte, North Carolina, by a savage career criminal. This is a public transportation system that many in the area use every single day to go to school and work. Irina was on the train that night traveling home from her job at a pizzeria, still in uniform from her shift. This beautiful, innocent 23-year-old young woman was a Ukrainian refugee who had recently fled her country for a chance at a safer life and a promising new beginning here in the United States of America. But tragically, a public transportation system in a major American city was more dangerous than the active war zone that she left. The president and the entire White House are praying for her family and friends during this unimaginably difficult time. But while we extend our thoughts and prayers, we must also seek justice for this crime and call attention to this heinous incident. Surveillance video of the killing was finally released to the public this past Friday. It shows the alleged killer, DeCarlos Brown Jr., pull out a knife, get up from his seat behind Irina, and prepare to thrust a blade into her neck before the released footage gets cut. This is pure evil on full display. The most enraging and unacceptable part of this story is that her death was entirely preventable. DeCarlos Brown never should have been on that train that night. In fact, he should have been behind bars. DeCarlos Brown has been charged with crimes no fewer than 14 times, dating back to 2011, including for armed robbery, felony larceny, breaking and entering, and shoplifting. Brown had previously served 5 years in prison for a robbery with a deadly weapon charge, and he had also forfeited bonds 3 different times twice in 2014, and once in 2023. Despite all of this past documented criminal history, when Brown was arrested yet again in January of this past year, a Democrat judge, who I will add was a strong supporter of former Vice President Kamala Harris, released this insane criminal once again without requiring him to pay any bail. He simply had to sign a written promise to return for his court hearing. Think about how crazy it is to ask a career criminal, someone who by definition repeatedly breaks the law, to just sign a written promise and come back again another day. This is madness. This monster should have been locked up, and Arena should still be alive. But Democrat politicians, liberal judges, and weak prosecutors would rather virtue signal than lock up criminals and protect their communities. And perhaps most shamefully of all, the majority of the media, many outlets in this room, decided that her murder was not worth reporting on originally because it does not fit a preferred narrative. Many of the journalists in this room spilled plenty of ink trying to smear Daniel Penny for defending a subway car from a deranged lunatic in New York City, but none of those same reporters lift a finger to write stories about an actual murderer. Here's the truth that every American must know. Too many innocent people across the country continue to pay the price of the failed experiment known as cashless bail that has been championed by the Democrat Party for years. All the way back in 2020, North Carolina's then Democrat Governor Roy Cooper established a so-called task force for racial equity in criminal justice. Sounds nice, but it's not. That task force was co-authored by then Attorney General and current Democrat Governor Josh Stein. It recommended, quote, reimagining public safety to, quote, promote diversion and other alternatives to arrest. It also advised to de-emphasize some felony crimes, prioritize, quote, restorative justice, and eliminate cash bail. Democrats in North Carolina and nationwide are consumed with pushing a woke, soft on crime agenda, no matter how many innocent Americans suffer as a result. Instead of aggressively prosecuting and locking up violent criminals, the Democrat-backed cashless bail approach lets these criminals roam free in our country to offend again and again. These reckless policies have turned too many of American cities into hunting grounds for career criminals who mock our justice system, drain law enforcement resources, and wreak havoc on law-abiding citizens. Enough is enough, and that is why President Trump is doing everything in his power by taking action to undo these absurd policies. The president recently signed a powerful executive order directing the AG to submit a list of states and local jurisdictions with cashless bail policies so that the Trump administration may identify federal funds that are being provided to these states and can potentially be suspended or terminated. President Trump firmly believes that to maintain order in public safety, we must incarcerate individuals whose pending criminal charges or criminal history demonstrate a clear ongoing risk to civil society. This is a common sense and sensible approach that the vast majority of Americans agree with, and it's time for the Democrat Party to get on board with what is right. When these criminals are caught, they must be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law and be sent to prison, where they can no longer terrorize our streets. This is the mandate the American people delivered to President Trump, and it's a mandate he intends to fulfill. Staying on the topic of public safety, new preliminary data released today by Customs and Border Protection in August shows that President Trump has delivered the most secure border in American history. For the fourth straight month, 0 illegal aliens were released into the United States by CBP. Nationwide encounters are down 93% below the peak of the Biden administration. Border Patrol apprehensions on the southwest border in the entire month of August were less than what was apprehended in 4 days in August 2024 under the Biden administration. President Trump has ended disastrous Biden illegal alien invasion, and he sealed our border in record time, keeping this central promise he made to the American public. With that, I will take your questions. Here in our new media seat today, we have Michael Schellenberger, who is the founder of Public News with nearly 2 million readers and subscribers. Michael, thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
And why don't you kick us off? Sure.
Thank you for making space for new media. Nice to meet all of you. It's great to be here. I want to see if you could give some insight whether the president is considering additional measures against Europe and Brazil, not just for censorship, but also for preventing political candidates from actually competing in elections. We've now seen in Romania, France, and now Germany with Joachim Paul, efforts to basically just prevent candidates from being able to compete in elections. The president has shown some concern around President Bolsonaro, who's being prevented from running. All of this is coming in the context of increased censorship of online platforms, of American platforms, and efforts to censor Americans. I'm personally being investigated under criminal investigation with my Brazilian colleagues for publishing the Twitter Files Brazil. We're very grateful that the president has imposed Magnitsky sanctions on the judge. Is the president considering additional actions, given that it appears that they're going to end up with a conviction against President Bolsonaro, preventing him from running? Is he considering doing anything about this crackdown in Europe? I mean, it's shocking to see Joachim Paul, this mayoral candidate in Germany, the criminal indictment against him cites him, quote, saying that he loves the Lord of the Rings as reason why he's an extremist and shouldn't be able to run. So I just wonder if you could speak to that. And again, I'm grateful to be here. Nice to meet you all. And I'm grateful for what the Trump administration has done to push for free speech abroad.
Well, thanks for being here, Michael. We appreciate it. Freedom of speech is arguably the most important issue of our time. It is enshrined in our Constitution, and the president believes in it strongly. He himself faced censorship in his road back to this beautiful Oval Office here in Washington, D.C., so he takes this very seriously, as does, I know, the Vice President of the United States and the entire Trump administration, which is why we have taken significant action with regards to Brazil in the form of both sanctions and also leveraging the use of tariffs to ensure that countries around the world are not punishing their citizens in this way. And at the same time, the president is, while he's leveraging the United States to safeguard our interests abroad, he's also making sure that freedom of speech remains here in the United States of America. So I don't have any additional actions to preview for you today, but I can tell you this is a priority for the administration, and the president is unafraid to use the economic might, the military might of the United States of America to protect free speech around the world.
Quick follow-up to that?
Sure.
Quick follow-up, which is just, there was a Reuters story saying that the Trump administration was looking at this Europe-U.S. trade deal as one of the sticking points, this issue of the censorship, not just of U.S. platforms, of Americans. Do you have any updates on how those trade talks are going? And I also wonder if the president is concerned about NATO membership. NATO membership requires that you be a democracy and you have free speech. Is it possible that some of these actions that we've seen in Romania, France, and Germany would disqualify those countries from being in NATO after this?
I have not heard the president discuss NATO membership in regards to this issue in particular, but I have heard him discuss the issue of free speech and the importance of free speech with foreign leaders around the world, including the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. When we were in Scotland, the president brought this up and how important it is for the Prime Minister to protect free speech in the UK and in various conversations with other world leaders. So he brings it up, and I think the entire world knows that this is a priority for the president of the United States. Gabe.
Thank you, Caroline. Regarding the Israeli strike in Doha, how much time or how much of a heads up did the U.S. get, and does the president support the strike?
Sure. Well, I have a statement to read for all of you with respect to the Israeli strike in Doha, and here it is. This morning, the Trump administration was notified by the United States military that as Israel was attacking Hamas, which very unfortunately was located in a section of Doha, the capital of Qatar. Unilaterally bombing inside Qatar, a sovereign nation and close ally of the United States that is working very hard and bravely taking risks with us to broker peace, does not advance Israel or America's goals. However, eliminating Hamas, who have profited off the misery of those living in Gaza, is a worthy goal. President Trump immediately directed Special Envoy Witkoff to inform the Qataris of the impending attack, which he did. The president views Qatar as a strong ally and friend of the United States and feels very badly about the location of this attack. President Trump wants all of the hostages in Gaza and the bodies of the dead released, and this war to end now. President Trump also spoke to Prime Minister Netanyahu after the attack. The Prime Minister told President Trump that he wants to make peace, and quickly. President Trump believes this unfortunate incident could serve as an opportunity for peace. The president also spoke to the Emir and Prime Minister of Qatar and thanked them for their support and friendship to our country. He assured them that such a thing will not happen again on their soil.
To be clear, the president disagrees with the location of the strike, and that he passed that along to Prime Minister Netanyahu.
The president just confirmed that in the statement that I just read to you, which I spoke with him about before coming out here.
Caroline,
Jackie.
Thank you, Caroline. So is the president upset with Netanyahu now?
The president made his thoughts and concerns about this very clear. And he spoke again both to Prime Minister Netanyahu and also the Emir and the Prime Minister of Qatar after this attack. And the president has always made it very clear that he wants peace in the Middle East, just like he sought that and accomplished that in his first term. He expects all of our allies and friends in the region, that includes both Qatar and Israel, to seek peace as well. And he wants to see that happen. And he's working with all of our allies in the region to get that done.
Are there any consequences, so to speak, for Netanyahu doing this, as it sounds, against the president's wishes, or at least his belief that it was appropriate? Is there going to be any directive from the president to Netanyahu in terms of what's allowed in the future? And also, is there any concern this could jeopardize the Abraham Accords?
Look, that's a decision only the president can make. With respect to your first question, to answer your second question, as you heard from the president, he said he believes that this can serve as an opportunity for peace, and he's still actively and aggressively pursuing it with all of our allies and partners in the region. Jennifer.
Just to follow up on that, Caroline, are you able to say how often the president spoke to the Prime Minister of Israel before this? Because that's one question. And then what did he mean on Sunday when he posted, "I've given my last warning to Hamas, etc." He wasn't talking about this strike on Doha?
No, he was not. As I told you, the Trump administration was notified by the United States military that Israel was attacking Hamas, and the president spoke to the prime minister after the attack, as well as, again, the emir and the prime minister of Qatar. And I know Secretary Rubio and Special Envoy Witkoff were present for that call with the Qataris as well. Reagan.
Thanks, Caroline. I have two questions for you on crime crackdown.
Sure.
Democrats have tried to argue that red states have higher crime rates while overlooking problems of high crime in blue cities. I'm wondering if the president would consider working with red state governors to fix high crime in blue cities like in Memphis, Tennessee.
So first of all, I want to get to the premise of your question, Reagan, which is being pushed by Democrats, that there is crime in red states. Of course, there is crime in all states, but the crime in these cities is all in states that are run by Democrats. If you look at the list of the top 20 high crime cities in the United States, every single one, with the exception of one in Louisiana, is run by a Democrat. And these Democrats have supported the same policies that I spoke about at the beginning of this briefing, like cashless bail. If you look at a red state, Mississippi, but a Democrat-run city in that state, Jackson, in 2019, Jackson, Mississippi eliminated cash bail for virtually all misdemeanor cases. And while Jackson is not formally a sanctuary city, the state of Mississippi formally banned sanctuary cities, and this city has acted as a de facto sanctuary city for criminals and illegal aliens since 2017. Same thing, Birmingham, Alabama, a Democrat-run city in a red state. In 2017, the Birmingham City Council unanimously passed a resolution, quote, committing to establish sanctuary policies. So if you actually look at the facts from these Democrat-run cities, these are cities that are run by Democrats and by by members of the Democrat Party. These are blue cities, and they have all supported these disastrous policies, which allow repeated career criminals back onto the streets to further commit acts of violence. And so to answer your question, yes, the president wants to work with anyone across this country who wants to end these horrible policies and to bring law and order to our streets. And I think that is proven by his tremendous cooperation with the mayor of Washington, D.C. and our nation's capital. And just look at the results of that. And I do have some updates for you on the D.C. crime crackdown if anyone is interested. There have been a total of 2,177 arrests made since the start of the operation on August 7th. Just last night, there were 57 arrests made in Washington, D.C. Of the 57 arrests, there were 14 illegal aliens who were arrested, many of whom had prior criminal histories. And other arrests just last night in our nation's capital, so you all can be very grateful for this. Our great men and women of law enforcement, both federal and local, working together as they should, made an arrest on a warrant for assault with the intent to kill. The subject shot 2 adult males after an altercation. They made an arrest on a warrant for an armed carjacking. The subject assaulted an adult male in the face with a firearm and then took his keys. We also made an arrest on a warrant for simple assault and the destruction of property and subsequently charged with second-degree theft. Last night in D.C., there was an arrest for possession of a controlled substance with second-degree theft. There was an arrest for possession of a controlled substance with the intent to distribute that subject. The person is also a subject of interest in a homicide and a carjacking. Last night in DC, we also arrested a felon in possession of a firearm who was carrying that firearm without a license. So these are the career criminals. These are the bad guys that we are picking up in Washington, DC every day. The president would love to do this in every Democrat-run city across the country, and he hopes that more Democrats will call the White House to allow us to help them.
One more that's DC specific. Congress is poised to not extend Trump's federalization of the DC police. Mayor Bowser signed the executive order formalizing cooperation with federal forces. You just mentioned all the success that the operation has had. Does the White House believe that the Mayor Bowser's action is enough to continue the crime crackdown?
We are very grateful for the mayor's cooperation in this effort, and we look forward to continuing to work with her and the Metropolitan Police Department. Bloomberg.
Thanks, Caroline. The president says, he plans to speak with Putin soon. Can we expect a phone call between the two leaders this week?
I don't have any phone calls to read out between you, the president, and any other foreign leaders. Ed.
Thanks, Carolyn. I want to ask about the benchmark revisions that came out. If you look at the revisions between March of 2024 and March of 2025, and you do a little math, it averages out to 73,000 jobs roughly per month added to the economy, less than what was thought. When can we expect the Trump administration, now their policies are rolling out, for that increase, that average to increase?
Well, let me just say something about the revisions that came out this morning. And this was one of the biggest revisions in absolute terms in decades. In the benchmark year, March 2024 to 2025, shows that the job growth was vastly weaker during the Biden administration than ever previously reported. Between this revision and last year's, job growth was actually overstated by approximately 2 million jobs. And the Biden administration stood up here and vouched for that data and told you that data was real. And when President Trump calls into question the veracity of that data, like he did before he took the oath of office and even now as president of the United States, he was ridiculed for that. And turns out this revision proves two things. Number one, the president was right. And this is why we need new leadership at the Fed. And this makes it very clear that President Trump inherited a much worse economy by the Biden administration than ever reported. And it also proves that the Federal Reserve is holding our monetary policy far too restrictive. Interest rates are too high. The Fed needs to cut the rates because of the mess that we inherited from the Biden administration.
Time frame. The president has said a year. Secretary Bessent said maybe the fourth quarter. When can we expect these numbers to increase?
Well, first, we need accurate numbers. We need truthful and honest data, which is why the president took the monumental step to try and appoint and confirm new leadership at the BLS so we can have data that we can actually rely on. And that's what the president is doing, and we hope that his nominee will soon be confirmed. Charlie.
You addressed the crime of Irina Zarubka, and the president has done a lot to deliver justice for victims of crimes like that horrific stabbing. And the Epstein files are back in the news because a lot of Americans feel that that Jeffrey Epstein's victims never got justice. Does the president care about these victims? Do you think he can does he want to deliver more justice for them? And is he willing to meet with them?
The president cares about victims of all crimes. And that's why Republicans in the Trump Department of Justice have done more in terms of transparency when it comes to the Epstein case than any prior administration. And why are the Democrats all of a sudden caring about this? It's because they are desperately trying to concoct a hoax to smear the president of the United States. We have seen this time and time again. Ro Khanna and all of these other Democrats, they could have cared about those victims 4 years ago when Joe Biden was in office. They could have pushed for transparency then. Unfortunately, the Democrats are using victims as political pawns to try to smear and to push a hoax against the president of the United States. And I will get you numbers on the amount of child predators that this administration and this FBI and this Department of Justice have locked up under President Trump's leadership. We have done more than any president to protect victims of crime, especially disgusting, heinous sexual crimes. And that includes the deportation of illegal aliens who are perpetrating these crimes against innocent victims in our country right now today. And that remains a top priority for this administration.
Does the president, will he meet with the victims?
On the Doha strikes, did the president speak with Netanyahu before they were carried out? Did he urge him to not go through with it, or did they only speak afterwards?
Again, I read you a statement. The Trump administration was notified by the United States military that Israel was attacking Hamas. The president directed his special envoy Witkoff to immediately call the Qataris. And after the attack, he spoke to Prime Minister Netanyahu. Behind you.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
About the Epstein case, would the White House support a professional handwriting expert review of the document released yesterday to prove that it's not the president's signature?
Sure, we would support that. And in fact, I have already seen many forensic analysts of signatures coming out. I believe it was the Daily Signal that published a piece with 3 separate signature analysts who said that this absolutely was not the president's authentic signature. And we have maintained that position all along. The president did not write this letter. He did not sign this letter. And that's why the president's external legal team is aggressively pursuing litigation against the Wall Street Journal, and they will continue to. Christian.
Thanks, Caroline. Following up on Ed, now that we have these revised jobs numbers, is the president concerned at all that price spikes, stemming from his tariffs through the end of the year might actually be driving the country towards a depression or a recession? What I'm asking is he committed to these policies now that we know how faulty the jobs data was?
The president is committed to his policies because his policies are working, Christian. And there have been a lot of people fear-mongering about inflation in this room, but it just has not come to fruition. On a monthly basis, CPI inflation has now come in at or below the market's expectation for 6 consecutive months, every month that President Trump has been in office. Overall, inflation has run at a 1.9% average pace in the president's first 6 months in office. I would have told all of you that in January, you would not have believed me, but those are the facts and those are the numbers. And we also see many other positive signs in economic indicators like real GDP. In the second quarter, it was revised up to 3.3%. That beat the market's expectation. We know there's a capital spending boom right now, which we know is one of the greatest economic indicators of job growth. We know wages are increasing at a far faster pace than they were under the previous administration. We see productivity in the second quarter was also revised up to a strong 3.3%. In total industrial production, factory output also surged. All of this means the economy is moving. People are working. People are spending money. You look at consumer spending. That is also ticking up and in the right direction. And in a large part, it's because of the incredible work the president has done in terms of energy and unlocking our energy dominance in this country. Again, these jobs, the numbers from the BLS today prove that the economy was an absolute mess. And we are working every single day to fix it. And all of those indicators I just read for you are positive sign of what is to come.
Just one more quickly on
Sure,
trade,
Danny.
Just wanted to get a bit of clarity on the sequence of events for the Doha attack and the notification. You said that the U.S. military notified, if I got it right, the Trump administration was notified by the U.S. military.
That's right.
Was the U.S. military notified by the Israeli military, or did the U.S. military detect an incoming Israeli attack on Qatar?
The U.S. military notified the White House and the President of the United States. That's all I have to share for you on that, Danny.
Thank you.
Jeff.
Also following up, you said that the president assured the leaders in Qatar that this would never happen again. Did he say that to the Prime Minister of Israel, and did Prime Minister Netanyahu agree to that?
The president told that to the emir and the prime minister of Qatar, and the president also overstressed the importance of peace in the region in his conversation with Prime Minister Netanyahu as well. And Prime Minister Netanyahu told President Trump he wants peace and he wants it quickly. That's what the president expects to happen. The president is very clear in the statement that he just had me reading. You will all see it out on True Social very shortly, I am sure. The whole world will see it. He wants all of the hostages released out of Gaza, and he wants this war to end. Those are two clear directives that the president is making very clear for the entire world to understand. Mary.
But Qatar obviously has been helping to negotiate these ceasefire talks. Does the president think that Israel is undermining negotiations by striking Qatar? Is he concerned that Qatar's no longer going to want to play that intermediary role?
I think the president addressed that in the statement. I can read the whole thing for you again. I think it's very thorough because the president wanted to address all of your questions. We wrote, unilaterally bombing inside Qatar, a sovereign nation and close ally of the United States that is working very hard and bravely taking risks with us to broker peace, does not advance Israel or America's goals. However, eliminating Hamas, who have profited off the misery of those living in Gaza, is a worthy goal. So he answered that question
And to be clear,
himself.
you can't say that Israel informed the U.S.
What I can tell you is the United States military informed the Trump administration.
Thank you. A quick follow on that. Can you tell us when the U.S. military was notified, given that the largest U.S. military base is in Doha? And then I have a question on DC crime.
This morning, just before the attack, as I said earlier as well.
Okay, thank you. And yesterday, the president spoke about DC crime and talked about how there was virtually none. And then he expressed frustration about things that take place in the home they call crime. He said, they'll do anything they can to find something. If a man has a little fight with the wife, they say this is crime. See, now I can't claim 100%. Exactly what crimes was the president referring to?
He wasn't referring to crimes. That's exactly the point he was making, Ouija. What the president is saying is that these crimes will be made up and reported as a crime to undermine the great work that the federal task force is doing to reduce crime in Washington, D.C. And I think the president has every reason to believe that, given the efforts of many reporters in this room who actively seek to undermine the president and what he's doing in our nation's capital. We all know that deep inside you all agree with this because you all live here, and I'm sure you are very grateful for the administration's efforts to make the city, which we all reside in, much safer for ourselves and our families. Michael.
Thank you, Caroline. Florida Congressman Randy Fine is calling for judges to face consequences if the violent repeat offenders they release go on to commit new crimes. Is that something the president supports?
It's not something I've heard the president discuss. You can ask him yourself next time you have the opportunity to. How's that?
Caroline, one more question. On Thursday, President Trump will head to the Pentagon and also to New York City in honor of the 24th anniversary of 9/11. Has the president expressed any interest on creating or having congressmen create a new 9/11 commission to answer some of the ongoing questions many Americans have about that day?
I, again, have not heard the president discuss that. You're welcome to ask him yourself, but I do know he very much looks forward to going to both the Pentagon and the Yankees game in New York City on Thursday to commemorate the 24th anniversary. As you know, the president is a New Yorker at heart. He loves the city very much. It is his home, and you'll hear more about that on Thursday when the president speaks on this himself. Kelly.
Caroline, thank you. I wanted to ask you a question about the president speaking yesterday before the Religious Liberty Commission. As you know, he's created the White House Faith Office, the Task Force on Anti-Christian Bias, and yesterday he talked about the importance of the Bible in America and the importance of prayer in America. Some people have criticized him for that in stating that he's espousing Christian nationalism. Yet the president has called on the American people to band together in praying for this nation for people of all faiths. How important is that to the Trump administration, and are there guidelines for implementing that?
Well, last time I checked, it's not just Christians who pray, it's people of all faith who pray. And that's what the president wants to protect, the religious freedom for Americans of all faith. And he spoke about that yesterday. And that's why he was very proud and excited to announce this new initiative, Pray America, encouraging all Americans to pray for our country and the goodness of our country leading up to America's 250th birthday next year. Why don't we take some from the sides? Elizabeth, go ahead.
Thank you, Caroline. I have two questions.
Sure.
First, on prayer again. Is the Trump administration looking for the forthcoming prayer guidelines to challenge existing court precedent on the right to pray in public schools?
Well, the president spoke about that yesterday and some of the changes we are making to ensure that the religious liberties of America's students and our youth are respected in public schools. In fact, he had a young student and invited him on stage to share his story about how when this young boy spoke about biological and biblical truth in his classroom, he faced consequences for that, and how Americans of faith should not be facing consequences for expressing their religious freedom and their religious views. Not in any public school in America should that be happening. You heard the president talk about that yesterday.
Sure.
Caroline, thank you so much. Regarding Israel attacking Doha, beside a phone call, what was President Trump's involvement in the attack, if any?
Look, I don't have anything more to read out for you on this other than the very lengthy and thorough statement that I have shared repeatedly now.
Sure.
Go ahead.
Thank you. After the Supreme Court ruling yesterday on the ICE raids in Los Angeles, some particularly non-white U.S. citizens are saying that they're going to begin carrying their U.S. passports with them at all times. What is the White House's response to Americans who are concerned about being swept up, as others have been already, in these enforcement actions?
They should not be concerned because this administration is focused on the detention and deportation of illegal alien criminals who broke our nation's immigration laws. And the Supreme Court upheld the Trump administration's right to stop individuals in Los Angeles to briefly question them regarding their legal status because the law allows this, and this has been the practice of the federal government for decades. And the Immigration and Nationality Act states that immigration officers can briefly stop an individual to question them about their immigration status if the officer has reasonable suspicion that the individual is illegally present in the United States. And reasonable suspicion is not just based on race, it's based on a totality of the circumstances to review. And I will tell you, I spoke to our border czar about this morning. When ICE goes out to conduct a targeted operation to deport illegal criminals from our community, they are doing so with intelligence. They are doing so with law enforcement sources. They are doing so in most cases with the backing of local law enforcement who know exactly where these illegal alien criminals and drug traffickers and drug dealers are hiding in plain sight in American communities. And the men and women of ICE are doing everything they can to not only follow the law, but to enforce the law. And it's about time that has happened, because we had 4 years of an administration who completely ignored and evaded our nation's very clear immigration laws, and the Supreme Court has reaffirmed that.
Thanks, Caroline. One of the other documents released by the House Oversight Committee contained a photo of Jeffrey Epstein holding an oversized check that was made out to him in the check from the president for $22,000 for a fully depreciated woman. I wondered if the president has any recollection of that, or what you guys make of that photo that was included in those documents.
Did you see the signature on that check? It is not Donald Trump's signature. It is absolutely not. The president did not sign that check.
But does he recognize the woman?
Caroline,
Thank you,
No.
Caroline.
on the New York City election,
Caroline.
is he
Well, I'll
considering?
take both of you. Go ahead.
So first, is the president considering offering Mayor Eric Adams a job? If so, why? And does he think Curtis Lee was a serious candidate for New York City mayor?
Look, the president has made it quite clear he wants this race to move forward in New York City. He does not want a communist to be running New York City. But as for weighing in on other individual candidates, I'll leave that to the president to do himself.
Caroline, and then following up on Reagan's question, many of these highest crime cities in America, they're led by black mayors, including the three that you mentioned: Jackson, Memphis, Birmingham. So given that, what's your response to criticism from the left that Trump is targeting black mayors? Isn't he just trying to protect black people?
The president is trying to protect all Americans from crime, and he wants to make all of our cities in America safe. And the fact is, the most dangerous cities in America are run by Democrats overwhelmingly. And according to the FBI crime statistics, 19 of the top 20 cities with the highest murder rate are run by Democrats. And these high crime Democrat-run cities are driving up the crime stats in otherwise safe red states. So of course he wants to address this problem. He's made that quite clear.
Mike Johnson, he came out and said that the president was an FBI informant. Do you know what he meant by that, if it's not true?
I can affirm that is not true. I think the speaker was referring to the fact that President Trump kicked Jeffrey Epstein out of his Mar-a-Lago property for reasons the president has already discussed. John.
Oh, thank you, Caroline. First of all, as a Washington, D.C. resident with my family, I just want to thank the administration for revitalizing safety here. In the last 3 weeks, it's been stunning. Well, I want to go to Virginia. All of a sudden, out of the blue, Winsome Sears has closed the gap on Abigail Spanberger. Got 4 issues. Coerced abortions in Fairfax County without telling mom or dad, no parents, girls going in boys' bathrooms on film, right? 2 of the young fellows get suspended for complaining about it. Virginia Beach man, an innocent man, is now died in a car crash by a drunk illegal going on the other side of the road. And now you got Spanberger's got these racist signs. When are we going to get the president to make an official endorsement of Winsome Sears and maybe come and campaign in South West Virginia?
Well, as you know, I'm very limited in what I can talk about when it comes to political endorsements and future elections from this government podium. But all of the issues that you just mentioned, I know are very important to the president, and it's quite common sense. It's the foundation of the Republican Party, and it's what sent this president back to the Oval Office. We want to keep men out of women's sports and bathrooms. We want criminals to be locked up. The president wants to see law and order in every state across the country. But as for political endorsements, I'll leave that to him and his political advisors to make those. Sure. Haley.
Evening, Caroline. I have 2 questions for you, if it's okay. One on Doha and one on immigration and crime.
Sure.
On Doha, ahead of the strike we saw today, did the administration at any point try to dissuade the Israelis from the potential for an action like we saw today?
Again, I have answered questions repeatedly on this. I have a very lengthy statement which we will release after this briefing for all of you to read and to report on once again.
Okay, and then on a case in Maryland, the killing of Dakara Thompson, there are reports that the suspect arrested for her murder was in the country illegally and arrested and released for driving under the influence both in 2022 and in April of this year by U.S. Park Police. Is the administration looking into what process allowed this to take place?
Yes, we absolutely are. As soon as we saw this case, we ensured that the Department of Homeland Security and the Department of Justice were on it, and I can assure you that they are. This is another heinous act of violence against someone who should have never been in our country illegally in the first place, and that's exactly why the deportation of illegal criminals from our country is a top priority for this administration, and it's something that is happening every single day. And I would encourage all of you to continue to report on the very violent illegal alien criminals that we are deporting daily from American communities across the country. We will never understand how many lives have been saved by these efforts, or how many lives would have been lost if not for this president and the administration's policy to deport illegal criminal aliens.
On tariffs. Thanks, Caroline. Follow up on Charlie's question. Will the president meet with the Jeffrey Epstein victims?
I don't have any meetings for you to read out on that.
Go
ahead.
Thanks, Caroline. Is the Trump administration considering a ban on transgender Americans owning guns? Is that something the president would support, even as we've seen some gun groups oppose the idea of it?
I saw reporting on this. I understand there were very preliminary, low-level discussions about this at the Department of Justice, and then sometimes those discussions are reported as fact. I'm not tracking any potential actions on this front, and I'll let the president weigh in on that. It's a policy decision, and it's far too early or would be premature, inappropriate for me to weigh in on it at this point in time. Behind you. Go ahead.
After the immigration raid at the plant in Georgia on Friday, the president said over the weekend that he's open to some kind of changes in perhaps rules or visa rules or law that would prevent something like that happening in the future for skilled workers to train American workers.
That's right.
Can you confirm that and that the administration supports those changes, and what exactly would that look like?
Well, the president said it himself in a statement that he put out on Sunday night, where he is very grateful for foreign companies from around the world and the investments that they are making right here in the United States of America. And he understands that these companies want to bring their highly skilled and trained workers with them, especially when they're creating very niche products like chips, or in this case in Georgia, like batteries. But the president also expects these foreign companies to hire American workers, and for these foreign workers and American workers to work together to train and to teach one another. And so he expects these foreign companies to hire American labor. We want Americans to have these jobs. Americans need these jobs, but he also understands the need for these companies to bring over their workers who already have these skills. So I think it's
what those changes might be?
I think it's a very nuanced and responsible and sensible approach for the president to take. And I know that the Department of Homeland Security and the Department of Commerce are working on this matter together. I would defer you to them for any further action on this front.
Caroline, thank you. I want to follow up on something you said. You said the Epstein documents are a hoax that Democrats are perpetrating against the president. You said he didn't sign that check, that he didn't sign the birthday card that he allegedly signed. So what is the theory, since these documents came from the Epstein estate? Who is, I guess, in your view, faking these documents?
I did not say the documents are a hoax. I said the entire narrative surrounding Jeffrey Epstein right now that is absorbing many of the liberal cable channels on television is a hoax that is being perpetuated by opportunistic Democrats like Ro Khanna and the others whom you saw on that press conference outside of Capitol Hill, who are trying to push this hoax against the president of the United States.
What exactly is the hoax? I'm just trying to understand what's fake. What's fake is not the documents.
The hoax is the Democrats pretending to care about victims of crime when they do not care about victims of crime, when they have done nothing to solve crimes, when they have done nothing to lock up child pedophiles and child rapists across the country, and when they are now using victims as political props to try and, again, smear the president of the United States and drag on this bad story about him. It is a distraction. The Democrats view this story as nothing more than an attempt to distract from the accomplishments and the achievements of this administration. And that is what we mean when we call it a hoax.
If he didn't sign these, if you said he didn't sign the birthday card, he didn't do this, he also didn't do the check. Those were in documents from the estate. So what is the working theory as to why he's in them?
The president has one of the most famous signatures in the world, and he has for many, many years. You know that, Maggie, you've covered him for a long time, long before he assumed this office when he was a businessman in New York. The president did not write that letter. He did not sign those documents. He maintains that position, and that position will be argued in court by his lawyers. The president is very confident he's going to win this case.
Carolina, thank you. Is the president planning to meet with Eric Adams in New York, maybe at the Yankees game? And has he personally talked to him about the race?
I am not tracking any meeting with Mayor Adams at this time, but if that happens, I'm sure the New York Post will be one of the first people to know about it. I'll take a couple more questions. Why don't we go to the back?
Tom Dempsey with News Nation. Regarding the growing U.S. military
News
presence,
Nation, all the way in the back.
regarding the U.S. military, the growing U.S. military presence in the Caribbean, when asked directly about possible future military action, President Trump responded, "You're going to find out." What could the U.S. public expect of that situation moving forward, and what sort of ongoing threat does Trendy Agro?
I think it would be very unwise of me to preview what the president meant from this podium. But I think what the heart of what the president was saying, I know what the heart of what the president was saying and this administration believes, is that the regime in Venezuela is illegitimate. And it is unacceptable to this president and this administration to traffic illegal, deadly drugs into the United States of America. And that's why the president and the administration took very strong action against a boat and 11 narco terrorists in international waters, as you all saw. I think that sends a very strong message to drug traffickers around the world. The president will not tolerate it. And the amount of drugs on that boat represents the lives of thousands of Americans that could have been killed by that deadly poison. And we're not going to allow that deadly poison to come into our country. The president will be signing a proclamation in the Oval Office later this afternoon. And we will see you all later. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is muted. I forgot my mic was muted. So Israel bombed a place in Qatar. Okay. And there's an interesting thing that I saw last night, and I was watching this, and I was reading this when all of a sudden ticker came up on my news thing about the bombing in Qatar. I was literally reading this. Okay. So September 7th, blood moon and lunar eclipse. Okay. That already happened. All right. Executive orders that support the quantum financial reset, that was done. Trump signed his things about the digital currency. All right. God marked America. We believe that. That was with the three eclipses. Okay. America rises first, which appears to be happening. Trump is not the Antichrist. Okay. But this one right here, America leaves Israel to defend itself. Now, Trump has been calling for peace, right? Can we agree that Trump has been calling for peace? Okay. That he worked his ass off, with the Abraham Accords. It's rises. Is what she was trying to spell. She spelled it wrong. That's all. But the why would I think and agree with that statement? America leaves Israel to defend itself. Okay. The United States just signed some huge financial agreements with Qatar that benefit America. And they were also part of the takedown of the 262 Saudis that were arrested, scooped up, and everything, because that's where they were attempting to launder their money through. Okay. In Trump's first term, that came to an end. Okay. And so the relationship between Qatar and Trump was already established back then. Okay. And the America leaves Israel to defend itself is I'm thinking that there's a bunch of Middle Eastern countries right now who are extremely pissed off at Israel because of this attack on Qatar. Not so much as the fact of about Hamas themselves, but the fact that they did the bombing in Qatar without permission. You know, it'd have been one thing if they'd have contacted the Qatar, government and said, yes, they were the one. Well, they gifted a plane. But it's going to be used for other things, and which is cool. Trump even said, it's if a country that you've been that you had been fighting with for years and years and years, all of a sudden decided to give you a plane, would you trust the plane? No. Because you got to remember there was a lot of hostility between Qatar and the United States for sanctions years ago and stuff like that. So, but it's the idea of leaving Israel to defend itself. Okay. Trump's going to be making a speech at the UN on the 23rd. Okay. Now, what if part of that speech is, listen, the United States is going to back away from this. And at this point here, Israel, you're on your own to deal with this because we have trade agreements with these other countries and they've capitulated. They've done everything that has been asked of them. Okay. As we in turn have done for them. Okay. This is a kind of, you see what I'm saying? So today could be a turning point in, okay, if all the leaders of Hamas were just wiped out, which we do not know for sure yet, there hasn't been a body count and all that stuff done yet. But if they were in fact destroyed, okay, then what's going to happen with, just because you cut the head off, you've got a bunch of religiously motivated warriors left to contend with. And it's this is going to be an interesting watch over the next week. But that happening in Qatar this morning, 14 hours ago, was a little bit timely. Nobody could blame the United States for walking away from Israel, at the same time as this situation happening in Qatar. Nobody could blame the U.S. for saying, you know what, you've crossed the line now, and and this is where the peace talks are happening. This is happening exactly where the peace talks are happening. How can you hope to ever establish any type of peace if every time you get together for a peace meeting, you're blowing the shit up? So this is going to be interesting, but let's go ahead and take a listen to Mayrox here, and see where she was going with her next points. Okay.
Hey, you guys. Okay, so more biblical news. We have a blood moon that is going to rise tonight.
Okay, so this was recorded on the 7th, so 2 days ago. Whoop. It's going to be retarded. It's going to be retarded.
So, more biblical news. We have a blood moon that is going to rise tonight during the total lunar eclipse. I'm going to go into some executive orders that's going to back up everything that the U.S. debt clock has been showing us with the change in the financial system. We're going to an asset-backed digital dollar, you guys, backed by gold and silver, which in the Bible, God says gold and silver are mine. I'm going to try and tie all of this in 10 minutes, you guys. There's a lot to go over. But before we go over the biblical stuff and the executive orders, I want to show you guys a video, which just was mind-blowing.
To get out and vote. And again, Christians, get out and vote just this time.
Just this time. Okay, now hear this. Okay, this is, pay attention to this next line.
Do it anymore. 4 more years. You know what? It'll be fixed. It'll be fine. You won't have to vote anymore, my beautiful. Well,
You won't have to vote anymore.
I have a little golden nugget that I need to share with you right now. So if you look at when the speech happened, you go from the speech on July 26, 2024, that Donald Trump told all Christians this will be your last time ever voting again. You count from that point on until September 23rd, 2025, and it gives you 424 days. And would you look at that? In the Strong's Concordance, 424 is to go up. It means to go up. Look at that at the bottom. The definition is literally to go up, to ascend.
Trump knows, and Trump has always told us that this is biblical. And a certain letter movement has also told us this is biblical, you guys. Trump literally said, Christians, you don't have to vote again. He knew, he knows. And again, that whole election with Kamala and Trump was literally in your face, promoting either you're voting for everything against God or you're voting for God, pro-God or against God. Because everything Kamala was standing for was against God, and everything that Trump was standing for was pro-God. And we have all these Christians who are sitting there mad dogging on Trump, thinking that he is the AC, which is not true because that would go against biblical prophecy. If they knew the Bible, they would know that. Everyone is looking at the United Nations meeting because it's happening right at the Feast of Trumpets, which is coincidentally at the same time we have a solar eclipse. And this meeting with the United Nations is literally to determine if they're going to declare Palestine a state, which would split Israel's land, which is also biblical. Every Christian is looking at this meeting, okay? And there are some Christians who are saying, okay, Trump's going to be there and he's going to sit in seat 666 and we will know he's the AC because blah, blah, blah. But what they don't know or what they're not telling you is in the Bible, America either cuts ties with Israel and separates themselves from Israel and Palestine, America becomes a sovereign country, or America will cover Israel and continue to protect Israel throughout the tribulation. Nowhere in the Bible does it say that America is part of the tribulation period, okay? Everyone is expecting Trump to make some sort of huge announcement, which I believe that announcement biblically would be that they're cutting ties. Now, like I said, we have the lunar eclipse and blood moon happening today, September 7th. I'm going to go through all of these executive orders that back up the change in the financial system and how that applies to the Feast of Trumpets. In 2017, the Executive Order 1388 was an asset seizure authority over corrupt elites, okay? The prophetic tie marked the beginning of a 7-year purge window from 2017 to 2024. That was 7 years, okay? In 2017, we also had the Revelations 12 sign in September of 2017, okay? And that's similar to Joseph's 7 years of famine, tribulation cycles, okay? And then we have the feast, which is Hanukkah 2017, a rededication theme, cleansing of corruption. In 2020, we had this word, shock treasury backstop, which the event, the treasury and Fed coordination, preview of Fed power shifting, prophetic tie seen as a birth pang, aligning with pestilence warnings, okay? And then the feast is Passover 2020, occurred under global lockdowns, modern Passover sign, okay? And then we had 2021, the Executive Order 13984, which was the digital security, okay? This secures digital rails, prepares for tokenized quantum finance, okay? It aligns with revelation warnings of a global mark system being architected. The feast, Purim 2021, foreshadows of hidden deliverance. Now, this says a global mark system, okay, but it doesn't say the mark of the beast or what, because we know that there is a mark of the beast, but there's also those who are God's chosen, which will also be marked, okay? 2023, the Fed now and BRICS gold system is an instant settlement rail plus BRICS hinting at gold backing, okay? And the prophetic tie, Daniel 2, iron and clay fractured global system forming. Feast, tabernacles 2023, temporary dwellings, unstable currency systems before permanent restructuring. September 30, 2024, Executive Order 14247. This pivot point, halting fiat print cycle, okay? Again, it's halting the fiat print cycle. Prophetic tie, end of a 7-year cycle from 2017 to 2017, Executive Order 13818. The feast, Day of Atonement 2024, judgment on debt, financial sins, a jubilee undertone. 2025, the convergence year, April 13th, 2025, Passover plus solar eclipse. Major U.S. eclipse crossing covenant land areas. Prophetic tie, Amos 8:9. Sun will go dark at noon. Financial tie, midway point, 3.5 years before April of 2029, which is Daniel's midpoint, and also when the comet Apophis is scheduled to hit Earth, aka Wormwood. Now, September 7th, 2025, the blood moon lunar eclipse, the blood moon visible in Israel and U.S. prophetic tie, Joel 2:31. The sun shall be turned to darkness and the moon to blood before the great and terrible day of the Lord. Financial tie, just before the Feast of Trumpets 2025, which I had to have them corrected because they were saying October 3rd, which is not it. The Feast of Trumpets is the September 23rd. Anyway, signals transition between debt-based dollar and dividend dollar. Interpretation, a cosmic marker that heaven acknowledges the reset transfer of wealth away from Babylon, the Fed system, toward the kingdom wealth reset system. How it all connects, you guys. The blood moon on September 7th, 2025 remains an ominous cosmic warning of the coming change. The Feast of Trumpets, the prophetic trumpet call, now lands on September 23rd, signaling the declaration or beginning of the transition, perhaps the launch of the dividend dollar system. The Feast of Tabernacles, Sukkot, follows shortly after, offering a prophetic dwelling fame, mirroring the idea of citizens owning a share of America in a renewed system. Refined summary of the 2025 timeline. September 7th, blood moon, heaven's warning of imminent financial reset. September 3rd, Feast of Trumpets, the trumpet blast, announcement of a new asset-backed dividend dollar system. And October 6th through 13th, the Feast of Tabernacles, implementation and settling in of the sovereign wealth-backed financial system or financial paradigm. Now, bringing in Daniel's vision, okay, biblically, and the beast, okay, the lion, Babylon US, the global superpower, is humbled, okay? The bear is Medo-Persia or Russia, aggressive, military, heavy, regional conquest. The leopard is Greece or China, and economic, military speed, multiple spheres of control. Dreadful beast, Rome or global coalition, UN revived Rome, final 10 king system, you guys, where the AC arises is from this, the UN, you guys. And again, America was the wings and it's plucked, you guys. The wings were plucked off from the lion and was raised up into the air, which means America losing dominance, retreating from global leadership. Trump is going to make an announcement that he is going to retreat. During the tribulation period, Israel is left to fend for themselves. Trump is not the AC, you guys. God marked America, and America rises first.
So an interesting point about that, Hawk, when that guy was talking about 424 days
Okay,
from November 5th.
Yeah.
424 days from November 5th, 2024, which was election day, is January 1st, 2026. I looked it up on I did a date calculator. Isn't that interesting?
Where is this? So from September 23rd of 2020 to, okay, hang on.
To September 23rd, 2025, and it gives you 424 days. And would you look at that?
400, and this is in.
Okay, September. Okay, let me go back here. Let me pull this up again. Let me do the date calculator again. From September 23rd, 2025.
Yeah.
Uh, 21st of Sep. No, that ain't right either. November 17th, 2026.
$424 days from
September 23rd, 2025 is November 17th, 2026.
Okay, but go back. Go back 424 days.
From September 23rd, 2025?
Yeah.
July 12th, 2024.
Okay.
7/12.
Okay, so let's watch this again. This part right here.
Just this time. You won't have to do it anymore. says, you know what? It'll be fixed. It'll be fine. You won't have to vote anymore, my beautiful. Well, I have a little golden nugget that I need to share with you right now. So if you look at when the speech happened, you go from the speech on July 26, 2024, that Donald Trump told all Christians this will be your last time ever voting again. You count from that point on until September 23rd, 2025, and it gives you 424 days. And would you look?
Okay, he said the 26th, right? July 26th.
26th of July to September 23rd.
Pretty damn close. It comes out to September 24th. He's saying 23rd, but the date calculator is calling it the 24th.
Right. Okay,
Which would
but
make sense, because let's say the announcement that Trump is supposed to make on the 23rd, okay,
would actually be, but this thing you have to remember, the speech that he's going to make at the UN on the 23rd is actually going to be the 24th
for Israel.
For the Middle East.
Yeah. Because they are 12 hours ahead of us.
Yeah. So basically it's already tomorrow there. Or it's just coming up on tomorrow there now. So for you going from your time zone, it's already tomorrow there.
Yes.
In 10 minutes, it'll be tomorrow there for me. There are time travelers.
We used to tease Mark about that all the time. You remember that?
Yeah. So it was just, I found it interesting. America leaves Israel to defend itself. And she explains it really good, because, you see the actions that Trump is taking, and then you look at the, with saying, listen, I want peace, and Israel going ahead and bombing in another country.
I could swear that Donald Trump already told Netanyahu that if there was one more act of violence, that he was going to leave them to
defend for themselves.
Yes.
Yeah. I
could swear that speech happened.
Yeah. So, it's this is the thing is that I'm looking at the totality of all of it, because when I look at it, when I look at the Antichrist, who is, we won't know until we see the United Nations Assembly the day that Trump speaks there. So, yeah, it's going to be this is going to be interesting. This is going to be interesting. I think that in that same speech, the United States is going to leave the UN.
God, I hope so.
I believe it's going to separate its connections and tell them that you have to find another place to go. We're not going to have this establishment, based in our country. Yeah,
I hope so. I mean, their address is 666. Damn, I can't remember the street.
Yeah,
United
inversion of numbers. The inversion of numbers, and it's kind of crazy with all of this, that we're seeing all of this. So before I so rudely interrupted you this morning, did you get through what you wanted to show everybody?
I did, but the one thing that I didn't get through, in Hawk, I don't know if you were around for it or not, or if you were listening in. Let me go to my profile here and I'll bring it up. I actually tagged you in this video, and I actually sent just Jen a message asking her about it and see what she thought to have her viewers
make comments.
Okay. Let me pull this up here.
Is that about movie theater or movie theory?
Kind of, yeah. Because, you know, if everything that we know of is a movie, right, that we're watching a movie, all right?
Yeah.
So I said, so.
Yeah, I got it right here. You want me to play it?
Yeah.
Okay, give me a second. I gotta.
In my response to her was, supposing everything we are seeing is pre-planned, would this help to clarify as to whether we are seeing, why we are not seeing corrupt members of Congress, governors, attorneys general, and more bureaucrats getting locked up?
Okay. Yeah, I was playing it and you shrunk my window down.
Oh, I apologize, man.
That says anybody who violates their oath of
Okay,
office.
we started over because we were talking.
Okay, I found the law that says anybody who violates their oath of office, i.e., the congressmen, senators, the Democrats, have all violated their oath of office, which says they will protect and defend all Americans against any foreign or domestic enemies, which is exactly what they brought in. Now they're supporting the enemies against American citizens. That's a violation of their oath. And Pam Bondi, this is a message to Pam Bondi. She should start removing them and prosecuting every one of those Democrats that have done this and supported the Biden's open border, and prosecute them for their violation of oath of office. It is 18 USC section 1918, and it's punishable by a fine, imprisonment, and removal from office. And we should activate that right now against all the Democrats who are violating that oath of office right now. Pam Bondi, this is a message for you. Please start prosecuting these Democrats as they should be.
Okay, so at the same point, that would be Brunson case. Yes, it would definitely be. It would fall in line with the Brunson brothers. So this is where we're seeing, you know, the movie theory. Okay. So here we go. Advocates the overthrow of our constitutional form of government, is a member of an organization that he knows advocates the overthrow of our constitutional form of government. Now, this is before women were allowed in government. Okay, guys, this is before women had the right to vote and stuff like that. All right. Is a member of an organization of employees of the government of the United States or of individuals employed by the government of the District of Columbia. So you got this? Individuals employed by the government of the District of Columbia. That doesn't say of the United States. Government of the United States is one thing. Okay, that's what is in your state houses, in your Capitol buildings. Okay, those are the government of the United States or of the individuals employed by the government of where? The District of Columbia, as a separate country that he knows asserts the right to strike against the government of the United States or the government of the District of Columbia. You notice that they list both. the government of the United States or the government of the District of Columbia shall be fined under this title or imprisoned not more than 1 year and a day or both. Yeah. Yeah, it's right there. Right there.
Now, if you go back to the section it wants you to go to, it's just what you just read.
Yeah,
is the same thing as what it wants you to go to. Okay, section or Title 5, Section 7311. It's the same damn thing.
Oh, that link that's on there.
No,
Is that what it is?
that takes you to what you just read.
Okay.
But if you look up Title 5,
but it's
Section
basically
7311.
it's disloyalty and asserting the right to strike against the government. Whoever violates the provision of Section 7311 of Title 5 that an individual may not hold, accept, or hold a position in the government of the United States or the government of the District of Columbia if he, and what I read. Yeah. That's interesting.
I thought you might like that.
Yeah. Yeah. I like things sometimes. I do. I do. I do. Yeah.
But I mean, supposing everything is a movie that we're watching and everything has been pre-planned and pre-done and we're just watching it play out live, doesn't that make more sense now?
Yep. 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 It's a yeah. Yeah. Let's you ready to start going through some stuff?
Yeah, but I've only got a few minutes. I just got a phone call from my daughter. As soon as she gets home, I have to take her right back to the school. She forgot to grab her volleyball knee pads this morning.
Oh boy. Jesus.
Damn it.
Kids.
And her water bottle.
Whatever happened to bicycles and scooters and skateboards and roller skates? What happened to that stuff? That's how we got back and forth to school.
Well, their school's about 12 miles away from our house. So that wouldn't do too good. In the middle of nowhere. In a little town called Royal Center.
Yeah, well, it was a good thing that I jumped on, or this would have been a really short podcast.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah. We can start going through stuff if you want.
Well, let's get into this Operation Midway Blitz from your neighbors, my friend, from your neighbors, because you know that Indiana is right next to Illinois. Yeah, it's I believe that they call it Illinois because it's ill and annoying.
Yes.
Yeah. See, we'll figure out what all these states really mean. Okay. Oregon means
and the noise makes you ill.
Yeah, it's like it's either you run or you get a gun. Or a gun. Run or a gun. You know.
I'm waiting on the National Guard to raid the Heights. There in Chicago.
Rate the Heights.
Yeah.
Oh, you're talking about the district, the Heights?
Yes, I'm waiting for it because not even the police would go in there without hats and bats.
Wasn't the Heights what inspired New Jack City?
I think so.
Okay. That's like because I know Harlem. Harlem was one of the areas used. I know that Philadelphia was another one, and LA was another one. But I'm pretty sure Chicago was the basis for what the story of New Jack City was. The crack cocaine coming up into that. Into that area. Well, let's check this out. So, Jesse Waters, here we go.
I love the smell of deportations in the morning. That's a quote from the president. Just ask this pocket-sized predator. This is Christian Soto. We asked DHS, how small? We're waiting to hear back. But there's still a lot of work to do.
Oh, I
Like
thought
in
that was
Chicago,
grass and stuff.
the ice Super Bowl kicked off. It's game on, JB back. Ribs doesn't rule his city anymore. It's now Homan's homeland. The invasion's begun. It's dubbed Operation Midway Blitz, and Fox got a ride along and witnessed a bad hombre getting iced in real time. Meet Juan. Juan's an illegal from Mexico, but now calls Chicago home. Juan got iced after trying to touch a 13-year-old.
This is an opportunity for us to go into sanctuary cities and work against these sanctuary city policies and not let them deter ICE from being able to do our work, to go after the worst of the worst, just like the guy behind me who committed sexual assault against a minor.
Liberals want to protect these criminal illegals, and they have one move left. Anytime you see Miller making a move for Juan, blow that whistle.
Everybody?
Because this is our #1 defense system against ICE. This is our community alert system. When ICE is in the area, we're going to be going, preet, 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 preet. And then when ICE actually stops and starts taking people, we're going to go, go to the whistle, form a crowd, get loud.
To make noise every Wednesday at 6 o'clock, wherever they are. Get a little group together, go out, have a sign, blow the whistle, and keep the whistle with you at all times.
Maybe you're at Home Depot. You see Homan eyeing down Jose in the mulch aisle. Whip out your whistle.
If you see ICE thugs doing something, invading a school, a parking lot, a Home Depot, wherever, you need to get out your whistle and blow as hard as you can. What they're doing is illegal. It's Gestapo-like, and we have to stop it. We have to commit ourselves to stop it.
Whistles work are in sports. And if you're going to use them to fight crime, not to protect MS-13. Over the weekend in the Windy City, the Whistle Warriors got to work. It was Mexican Independence Day, and this fiesta was loco. First, they cursed out Miller for ruining Mexico's 4th of July.
I don't know if I'm allowed to say it. He is Stephen Miller. Really, he planned it, he orchestrated it because he knows nobody does it like Chicago for Mexican Independence Day. Nobody does it like here. We show pride, we show love in our community, and for them to purposely plan it, our festivities here were canceled, festivities in Waukegan were canceled.
And like any liberal protest, the PLO made it about themselves.
To Mexico! The border walls have got to go!
Now, while ICE searches for more Maryland dads rocking Bulls hats, the Supreme Court just unlocked LA. The raids are back on. 6-3 decision. Democrats whined deportations were racist because a majority were Spanish. Kavanaugh said it's common sense. If someone doesn't speak English and they're working as a day laborer and they're Hispanic, reasonable suspicion. In Maryland, an illegal release by a local judge killed a 19-year-old girl and threw her body off a bridge.
This behind me is the house where Dakara Thompson was murdered.
The suspect is 35-year-old Hugo Hernandez Mendez, now facing first and second-degree murder charges, said to be from Guatemala and in the country illegally. Police say Hernandez Mendez murdered Dakara Thompson inside his bedroom in this house. Prince George's County officials say Hernandez Mendez had been arrested by U.S. Park Police for a DUI in April, but he was released from federal custody.
So blow all the whistles you want. If mayors can't protect their cities, Trump's sending in the cavalry.
They've been used by every administration since I've been working for the government. Starting in 1984, every administration's used the Guard and the military on the border, and they've been very beneficial. Look at the crime change in Washington D.C. Look what they're able to do in Los Angeles. Thank God President Trump called the National Guard in to bring peace.
Yeah, how about that? How about that? You know. But let's keep going on this. Let's hear what Stephen Miller had to say, because I thought that this was pretty interesting.
The Democrat Party, Sean, is terrorizing the American people. Just think about what is happening in our major cities, the bloodbaths every single weekend. One victim after another, one shooting after another, one murder after another. When you have Democrat politicians like Pritzker and Newsom that are freeing illegal alien pedophiles, illegal alien child abductors, illegal alien murderers back into our streets to kidnap people, to beat them senseless, to stab them and shoot them to death, this is terrorism being waged against the American people. The Democrat Party, Sean, is...
Yep. It is that simple. Yeah. You want to get into something juicy?
Yeah, man.
John Solomon. Yeah. Oh boy. What's he going to report on today?
We have some more huge news to get in front of you from inside the FBI. Just the News has learned that the Bureau has opened an investigation under Director Kash Patel into whether its own agents obstructed or interfered with politically sensitive cases such as those involving Hillary Clinton, Hunter Biden, and President Trump. Now, think about this. Normally, the FBI is investigating other people like witnesses who obstructed justice, but in this case, it's looking at their own people. Now, this follows all of the reporting we have done exposing the alleged improper behavior and actions from key officials around the Russiagate scandal, such as former FBI Director James Comer, former CIA Director John Brennan, as well as reporting we brought to you involving investigations to Hillary Clinton being stopped by both the FBI and the IRS. Remember that line? Shut it down? Sounds a lot like obstruction, doesn't it? Now the FBI is internally investigating. It all stems from material uncovered in prohibited access case files. So that's a wordful, but it's an FBI term for politically sensitive investigations that most agents aren't allowed to access, even when they're working on the case. They basically keep the materials off the books, which makes it hard for Congress to do its oversight authority. Now, we know all this because officials familiar with the matter told Just the News that some FBI employees memorialized concerns they had about conduct from FBI supervisors or case agents. In fact, we got some of these memos. One of these memos involves the discovery of Anthony Weiner's laptop. And in that case, we now know that the Deputy Director, Andrew McCabe, in the fall of 16, knew about it in September, but slow walked it for a month alongside of other agents. Sources have telling us now that a grand jury has been impaneled to look at this, and that some of the evidence is going to be turned over in a bombshell notification to Congress later this month.
Oh boy.
Like all of a sudden now the Weiner laptop is becoming a topic of discussion on the news.
That we've been talking about for years?
Yeah, that one. That's the one I'm talking about. I don't know. I think Frazzle Drip is going to be right around the corner, brother. And then this one's going on. Katie Hopkins. Yeah. Or Katie Hobbs. Hobbs. Yeah.
I want to play one more from Robeson. She hits you on the Arizona economy, and I want you to have a chance to say what you think. Here we go.
I think when the voters focus in on the general election, Katie Hobbs is going to have to defend a record that's been disastrous. Just on the economy, for example, we went from number 1 in the nation before she took office to number 47. I mean, it's just been a precipitous decline in job growth and job creation.
1 to 47.
I'm not clear what those numbers are referencing. They could be anything. Not clear what those numbers are referencing. They could be anything.
Under Hobbs, Arizona went from the 4th in the nation for job growth to 47th.
Clear what those numbers are referencing. They could be anything.
Arizona's economy hits turbulence. Yeah, Arizona posted surprisingly slow growth in 2024 and is on course for a similar performance in 2025.
Clear what those numbers are referencing. They could be anything.
Alarming Arizona employment trends continue under Katie Hobbs. This is on August 16, 2024. Arizona Office of Economic Opportunity just released the state's latest monthly employment report with updated numbers for July. The new numbers are a mixed bag for Arizonans and the state's economy, with an unemployment rate increasing and non-seasonally adjusted employment dropping by 9,400 jobs, coupled with a good boost in construction. Our sectors continue to struggle, which should not come as a surprise to anybody who's followed our recent posts. The private sector growth is not where it should be. What else does Katie Hobbs not know about Arizona? Yeah, that's good. That's a damn good question.
So
that's a damn good question. If slow, if you saw your state go from fourth in job creation and job stability and down to 47th, what would you think? Would you blame your economic advisor?
I would be not only blaming the economic advisor. I would also be asking some questions about who is her boss that she's reporting to, because it's obviously not the voters. Now, an interesting thing about that, do you remember a couple of years ago, Katie Hobbs was being investigated for cartel ties and money laundering?
Yeah, the investigation is still ongoing.
So I want to explain something. And you may or may not know this. Do you know how the cartels actually took control of different towns and stuff like that in Central and South America?
Well, the first thing they did was they drove out the ranchers.
Well, that's part of it.
Yeah, that's the first thing that they did was they drove out ranchers, and then what they would do is they allowed the growing of cannabis, and I would say more than 75% of those cannabis farms in the state of Oklahoma are illegally owned and operated, and that they are a plethora of illegal migrants occupying the jobs to tend those big farms that are going on there. The state is seeing its cash revenues increase because of their tax on cannabis, as well as the licensing fees and costs and things like that. So, I'm not blaming stoners for this, because I myself have been deemed a stoner at times. However, in an industry that I have worked in, to see it manipulated for this purpose is very, very disappointing for me. But it was when these state officials started getting all the kickbacks from these pot farms and such, that it didn't matter about what was going on in regards to job growth in the state of Arizona, because they're already making their money, guys. So they don't care about you having a job. They're getting paid by the farms.
Yeah, well, and that's part of it. So what you were talking about, that's part of it. The other part of it is the cartel would go in there and they would ruin the local economies to force the people to go work for the cartel, which expanded the cartel into different territories.
Yeah. Yep. That's absolutely true. That's absolutely true. That and that includes farms too.
Yes.
Oh, ooh. Sorry.
And that's a big thing. And then with her being investigated by the powers that be about her cartel ties and money laundering for the cartel, that tells me the cartel had something on her and they were going to use it, and they blackmailed her to do what they wanted. At the same time, profit from everything, so that way the cartel could move into Arizona, and that could be a new base of operation for them.
Yeah,
that's what that tells me.
Yeah.
But the kids are going to be walking in the door in 5 minutes, and then I got to take my youngest daughter back to the school because she has another volleyball match tonight.
Yeah, you're gonna run off on me again.
No, I'll be back.
I'll be back. No, I'll be fine. I'll be fine.
I'll be back in about an hour or so. I just got to drop her off. It's an away game. I think my wife is going to do it.
Yeah, I think I got at least a good hour to an hour and a half of material, so I'll probably still be here. Even though we're 2 hours and 15 minutes in, and we'll.
I wasn't expecting that because she was supposed to be staying at the school, getting on the bus at 4:15 to go to her away game.
Yeah,
and she told me that was a phone call I got while we were live just about 20 minutes ago, and yeah.
All right. Well, go do what you got to do, and we'll see you in an hour.
All right, man.
Okay. All right. So how we doing, guys? We doing all right? Craig, are you stirring things up over there in chat? And Brother Don, it is great to see you. I'm sorry I did not call that meeting out loud because Craig DeHunta went ahead and unofficially called a unofficial safety meeting issued by him, and it's okay. It's all right, But hello, good to see you, brother. Let's see. Right. So I got a few things here. MAGA Voice put this out. Trump posted this up on the Pure Social, because I didn't cover the press conference from yesterday. I just showed you guys a couple of clips, but this was something that Trump wanted to reshare, so I'm gonna play it.
To all of the faith leaders, pastors, and patriots who have come to the Museum of the Bible for this historic meeting of the Presidential Commission on Religious Liberty. Under the Trump administration, we're defending our rights and restoring our identity as a nation under God. We will protect the Judeo-Christian principles of our founding. I am delighted to announce that just moments ago, I have personally delivered the Trump Family Bible given to me by my mother. It was used in both my inaugurations and will now be displayed right in the heart of our nation's capital.
Okay, so he said in both of his inaugurations, I told you it's
an honor. For most of our country's history, the Bible was found in every classroom in the nation. Yet in many schools today, students are instead indoctrinated with anti-religious propaganda, and some are even punished for their religious beliefs. I'm pleased to announce this morning that the Department of Education will soon issue new guidance protecting the right to prayer in our public schools. And I created the first ever Department of Justice task force to eradicate anti-Christian bias. America has always been a nation that believes in the power of prayer, and we will never apologize for our faith, ever. Together we will make our country greater, stronger, more united, and more faithful than ever before. Thank you. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much.
I think there's something to it. Yeah. I think there's something to it. And Harry's really excited. Harry, the soul coach. Yeah. And I do just want to give you this warning ahead of time when I want you to think of ukulele. Okay. I want you to think of ukulele because it's Harry does not say Bukele's name properly. And every time he says his name, I want you guys to just think to yourself, ukulele, and chuckle a little bit. Okay. That's what I want you to do. Okay.
I don't know about you, but things are starting to bubble up, and there's so many people now that are paying attention. There's so many people that are getting triggered. Everyone is now watching. And if we go to the president of El Salvador, Bukele, he's just posted, buckle up, buttercups. And if we go to the Q posts, September the 10th, in 2 days' time, there's a Delta. Buckle up, buttercups. It's about to get bumpy. And it sure is because everything is coming out. Enjoy the show, people. Buckle up.
Bukulele. Bukulele. Oh, Lord. And then this happened. This happened yesterday afternoon.
The president of Venezuela just declared war on the United States. You dumb motherfuckers.
Yep. That's happening. That's happening. I already covered that one. But I want you guys to keep in mind this one line right here. America leaves Israel to defend itself. All right. And then we have this here. This was kind of interesting.
All right, the U.S. is reportedly considering a new restriction for Iranian diplomats that would ban them from Costco unless they get special approval from the State Department. Senior correspondent Eric Shawn is live outside the UN for us. So Eric, what can you tell us about this potential ban?
Yes, Andrew. Well, it turns out that Iranian diplomats may not see the savings at Costco. President Trump could ban them from the big box membership stores when they arrive here at the United Nations for the annual General Assembly meetings in about a week or so. You know, every year during the United Nations General Assembly meetings, the world leaders gather to deal with global issues, but they also come to New York to get deals. A little known benefit from the world body gathering is the practice of international diplomats coming here to shop for stuff, getting things they just can't buy at home, like big screen TVs or the latest in computers. But in retaliation for supporting terrorism and plotting to kill President Trump and other U.S. officials, the White House may hit Iran where it hurts, making Costco and Sam's Club off limits to the Iranian diplomats. Former U.S. United Nations diplomat Hugh Dugan tells us that by doing this, the president could make a point.
We used to catch Soviets buying the latest technology in Radio Shack and sending it home piece by piece. We put a stop to that. And when it comes to these wholesale clubs, purchasing very large-scale consumer items and taking them back through the diplomatic pouch via JFK Airport is something we want to restrict.
But the White House revoked the visas for Palestinian Authority President Mahmoud Abbas and his diplomats, accusing them of undermining the peace process. Diplomats and their families from Iran, North Korea, Syria, and Cuba have long been restricted to traveling no more than 25 miles out of Manhattan. That's a limit a former Iranian foreign minister once called inhuman. And besides the restrictions on Iranian diplomats, the administration could also slap them on Sudan, Zimbabwe, and Brazil. of the State Department and Costco has not responded to our requests for a comment about all this. But you know, Sandra, if you can't go to Costco and the Iranians can't go to Sam's Club, there's always Saks Fifth Avenue. That's about 6 blocks from here, unless they're banned from shopping there too. Back to you.
Noted.
Yeah. Yeah. How about that? Grace and Gray. I never shopped there or Sam's either. I did, however, have an opportunity though, because I use Instacart to have my groceries delivered out here because there's no stores anywhere near me, and I can't drive, so. I was using Instacart one day, and the driver that pulled up my order that was for a Fred Meyer's store said that everything that was on my list is available on Costco at Costco, and Costco is associated to the Instacart app, and because he's a Costco member, he can shop from there. And I was like, really? And what he ended up bringing me, so he took the list that he had for Safeway, and he said, I guarantee you it's going to be cheaper. Because I was buying like 2 weeks worth of meat for dinner and 2 weeks worth of potato pasta rice, for those meals. And when he came out, he brought me a 50-pound bag of rice that was cheaper than 8 bags of the microwavable rice. He brought me 2 full racks of country style ribs without the bone, where I had only ordered a single order of yeah, so it did it again, huh? So Facebook is going in and out, guys. So we'll figure that out. You're back.
Yeah. Hey, I sent you a signal message. I don't know if you have signal on your computer again or not, but Donald Trump is supposed to be signing a proclamation in the Oval Office in a few minutes.
Okay. Okay.
I have no idea what it's about.
Okay. Let me see
It
if
popped
there
up
is
on my notifications from RSBN.
Okay. Let's see. I want to see if the White House comes up on the feed here. Hang on, I'll let you out. There you go. All right. Okay, I'm looking for it, so I will. You sent a photo to Beagle. Who's he? You just sent it to me for shits and giggles of it to see if I would show somebody.
No, I just Border Collie. Yeah,
that is kind of cute. That is kind of cute.
I won those on my bingo game.
Yeah. Yeah. He's a. This is that building in Doha that they were talking to folks that they were talking about. Okay. And this is the thing. So in this same building that the peace deal was being made, this is where this video here came from. Okay, these are the leaders of Hamas, and this is the same building in which they're having so this is them just getting word about the October 7th attacks being successful. and going on and ongoing. Okay. So they're celebrating, and this was on October 7th of 2023. Okay. Yeah, I don't know about all this other stuff, but yeah. Qatar's next move will be the key. That is 100% accurate statement there. What the hell is going on? I need to. Can you sit still for a minute? I need to run up to my gate real quick.
Yeah, and also it's not being signed until around 4:30.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. All right. Keep them busy for a couple of minutes, and I'll be right back.
All right. So, everybody. Oh, let's see here. So I've been playing this online bingo game, right? The things that Hawk just showed, and those are two of the cards. It's one of those things. I just do it to kind of relax a little bit, but it's pretty fun. So let's see if I can come across anything here. So let's see here. What do we got? Let's see. Oh man. Joanne, I had both. I had a Sam's membership and a Costco membership. But the nearest Costco to where we live, so I think I know where you live. The closest one to you is in Fort Wayne. The closest one for me is in Indianapolis. Um, so they were talking about opening one over in Lafayette, but they decided against it because there was already a Sam's there, and Mishawaka is closer for you than Fort Wayne. That's crazy. Uh, yeah. The one in Mishawaka actually sits in Granger. I've been to that one. I got kicked out of that one too, and I got kicked out of the one in Fort Wayne when the whole coof started going on because I refused to wear a mask, and they threatened to revoke my membership. So I did one better. I walked out, called them, and I called their corporate headquarters and told them what they did, and I said I was canceling my membership and I wanted an immediate refund. Within 3 days, I had the refund in my account. So now that the kiddos are home, yeah, it does. They also have a whole lamb there too. A whole, not just a rack of lamb, but a whole lamb in the freezer. It's really nice. Craig, I'm always stirring up trouble somewhere. That's just who I am. So, some of the different things here. Um, Another funny story for you. I was in the middle of Walmart. This was in, I think it was April. We had a sewer line break and I had to go to Walmart to get something to cover my face to get under there and put stuff under my nose so that way I wasn't having to smell the sewage. So anyway, I did the unthinkable. I sneezed. And everybody goes, and just looked at me. I go, hey, just because there is a so-called happening, no, it was in Rochester. Just because there is a happening, I don't want to say the word because I don't want to get hot problems on his channel. I said, just because there's a happening, it doesn't mean that seasonal allergies cease to exist. Grow a freaking brain. It was at that point that everybody got away from me, allowed me to go ahead of them and leave. And there was another time I refused to wear a mask in Walmart, and I had to grab my arm and tell me I had to wear one, otherwise I wouldn't be allowed in the store. And I said, that's okay. Walmart don't need my money anyway. They make billions every day, so I could just go to somewhere else. It doesn't bother me a bit. So, yeah. Needless to say, after that, they watched me like a hawk whenever I went in there. So, let's see. Oh, Ravens wings. And I'm telling you, attacks are the worst. When you have like 10 or 12 of them in a row, those are the worst. Oh, yeah, Joanne. Everywhere else, so Rochester, they were really, really bad about it. I mean, they were anally retentive, right? So here's another one for you. I told this story to Hawk a few years ago. I had to go to the hospital there in Rochester, okay? And I thought I was having a heart attack. I'm being 100% serious. I thought I was having a heart attack. And they hooked me up to monitors. They give me the nitro paste and aspirin and something else. And they test me. All right, now I want to remind you, they even thought I was having a heart attack. Their first instinct was to swab my nose. Okay. And it came back as me having the coof, and the doctor come in. He goes, well, your test came back positive, so we are going to give you a couple bags of antibiotics, and if you're feeling better, we'll let you go home. And I was like, just let me go home now. Just send me off with that certain paste, a prescription for it, and some other things, and I'll be fine. Doctor looked at me and said, if you go home, you're gonna die at home. I go, I like my chances. And I just got up and I started to walk out. And the nurse said, no, you got to sign something first. So I signed my paper to leave. And then I looked through the record a couple days later. He was in the record making me look like an absolute lunatic. Oh, yeah. So I don't care what it is. I will never go to that hospital ever again. I don't care what it is. All right, Hawk. Kids just walked in the door.
Okay. Yeah. Go. Yeah. Taxi dad.
Yep.
Or Uber Dad. Uber Dad. That's what we'll call you, Uber Dad. Because they're going, it's a lot classier ride than the taxi. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, man.
All right.
I'll be back.
Go have fun. All right. All right. Let's get back into this stuff. Jasmine Crockett. Oh boy.
I want to be clear that, like, law enforcement isn't to prevent crime. Law enforcement solves crime, okay? That is what they're supposed to do. They are supposed.
Okay, did you notice that this reporter's reaction to this statement? Okay, pay attention. Watch this reaction from this mouth. Okay, speaking, but watch her face.
I want to be clear that, like, law enforcement isn't to prevent crime. Law enforcement solves crime, okay? That is what they're supposed to do. They are supposed to solve crimes, not necessarily prevent them from happening, per se. I want to be clear that, like, law enforcement.
That girl's like, yeah, okay, you got some more freaking, you know what I mean. You know what I mean. There's something going on upstairs and it ain't thinking. I think she might need gas. That's what she needs. She needs to fart a lot. She needs to hang out with Eric Swalwell, fart a lot to get the gas out of her head so that real oxygen can get to the brain and maybe make that brain functional again. You know, I think so. I think she's having a gas crisis right now. Okay. Americans go through that. We, periodically, we have gas crises, right? We saw a big one in the 70s. We saw one in the 80s. We saw one in the 90s. We sort of kind of saw one in the earlier 2000s, but then we saw one in the last administration. So, this is a gas crisis. Okay. This girl don't fart enough. Okay. She does not fart enough. The odor from the BS that pours out of her mouth because she's backed up by gas. Okay. Is affecting her brain. Okay. And so instead of actual coherent and legitimate statements come out, where we get the bullshit. Okay. Do you see the bullshit pouring out of her mouth? Okay. Do you, I'm just saying. Police aren't there to deter crime. They're not there to prevent crime. They're there to solve crime. If police were allowed to deter crime or to prevent crime, then we would have no crime. Just saying. Just saying. Yeah. And this guy, he was going right along with it. He was going, just letting her go. Let her go. Yeah, you go ahead. You. Listen, she just messed up the stall and we ain't got no new shavings. Okay? That's how much she put out. Okay? We got to clean out the whole stall and we got no new shavings. Oh boy, Chicago.
Look at Pritzker, the governor of Illinois.
Okay, you can't start a statement off with that, Bill. You can't. Okay, he says, look at look at Pritzker. Okay, why would you want us to look at him? Have you seen him? Have you seen his brother? I mean, oh Jesus.
Look at Pritzker, the governor of Illinois. He knows for 2 decades how many black Americans have been gunned down on the streets of Chicago by drug gangs. He has offered a blanket of protection from the federal government to lessen the death, and he rejects it. Yep. He panders. He's a coward. Pritzker is a coward. He doesn't care. He knows, everybody knows what the problem is, but he won't confront it. Look at Pritzker, the governor of Illinois. He knows.
Don't want to look at him. I don't, but he's right. Bill O'Reilly is right. Let's go here first.
Covering something and protecting someone or some people. There are a lot of powerful Democrats that are also on that list. There's definitely something being held back. I don't think it's going to come out until this administration's over.
A recent story on the Office of Enforcement Operations official Joseph Schnitt inside the Department of Justice has already prompted additional insiders to come forward. Thanks to an insider from within the FBI, OMG has obtained new exclusive audio. This time, FBI analyst Mitchell Rosas admitting that the Bureau and the administration is covering up the Epstein files.
People may not get what they're looking for out of this whole Epstein stuff.
I think the problem is that none of the people that are in a position to answer the questions are willing to do it because it's clear that they're covering something and protecting someone or some people, especially because it's like, we're going to release everything on JFK. We're going to release everything on MLK. We're going to release everything on Epstein. And next thing you know, it's like, oh, never mind. We found some, or it's like, oh, no, it turns out there is no list, even though we've been claiming this entire time that there.
On this hidden recording, Rosas confessed there is definitely something being held back. When pressed on why, Rosas admitted, quote, a lot of powerful Democrats are on that list.
The whole thing is just so disjointed that it makes it super obvious that there's something being covered up, and it's making it blatantly obvious in the minds of, I think, any rational non-fanatic that what other reason would there be for not releasing it? If you think about it, sort of you follow like logical progression, like basic sort of like Socratic method. There's definitely something being held back. And frankly, I don't think it's going to come out until this administration's over.
Do you think the FBI is doing everything that they possibly can? Or do you think they're just like kind of protecting each other internally?
I mean, I think they're doing everything that they're being told that they are supposed to do. There are a lot of powerful Democrats that are also on that list.
Like who?
I mean, like the first one that I would name is Bill Clinton. He still like carries a lot of like influence in the party, and so because of that, I don't think that the party would be willing to expose him in that way.
Now, why should the American people wait for the truth? The American people deserve to know and see the full, unvarnished, unfiltered, unredacted truth regarding the Jeffrey Epstein case. And even in my case, the Department of Justice redacted every single word of the probable cause used to obtain the search warrant, the raid of my newsroom. If they can't even give us that unredacted, we're not sure how they're going to give you the unredacted, unvarnished truth regarding Epstein. The truth only comes out because brave people on the inside choose courage over silence. Why should you come to OMG? Because our price is our life. We tell the truth without fear and without favor. You can reach out to us on our signal line at 914-491-9395 or email us tips@o'keefemediagroup.com, and an OMG journalist will be in touch with you. Also, check out our conversation.
Okay, and then let's go back to here.
the senior official from the FBI that we just released a video about today, has been escorted out of the FBI building and terminated. O'Keefe Media Group just received this statement from a senior FBI spokesperson. You are free to report the individual, Mitchell Rosas, has been dismissed, fired as of today. He was escorted from the building earlier. Now, the FBI official also sent OMG a message trying to stop the publication of this damning audio on Epstein. This is from Rosas, the guy on the audio recording you heard. Quote, formal objection to publication. He sent this Friday at 4 o'clock. I am not a government official and was not speaking on behalf of anyone but myself. I was not informed the conversation was on the record. The transcript you reference is a fabrication and does not reflect what I said. I do not consent to publication. Any portrayal otherwise would be false, misleading, and damaging. I reserve all legal rights and remedies, including defamation, false light, and intrusion upon seclusion. Do not publish, direct any further communication to official.correspondence inbox at outlook.com. Let's put that email address on the video. We encourage all of you to email that individual. Sounds like something a lawyer wrote. What's interesting about this message is that he's claiming the words that came out of his mouth didn't happen, that he's not a government official, even though he's been escorted out of the FBI building. Only one of those two things can be true. Very confusing message. We are reporting on the FBI, the Department of Justice, people being fired now. For those of you who may be opposed to what we're doing because you support Donald Trump, the question I have for you is, does Donald Trump have a right to know that these things are happening inside the Department of Justice? And people are talking like this, many of them out of turn to complete strangers, not very professional behavior within our government, people making statements. We have more videos to come, and we'll be reaching out to the Department of Justice about those videos. Stay tuned.
Yeah, so it seems kind of funny that these guys are out running their mouths and they're, even though they're low level, they are sparking conversations. This is good to watch them all get taken down one by one. You know, so all right. I don't want to go into France. France is going through some stuff. The flag is flying, the streets are filled, people have had enough. Marine Le Pen says Macron collaborated in importing cartel-linked migration into France, and now the debt, crime, and the collapse are undeniable. Raise the colors isn't just a chant anymore, it's a movement, and Macron is running out of time. Yeah. And this guy, he decides to let people in Chicago know where the detainment location is ahead of Operation Midway. Yeah.
This facility is expected to be the main processing center for those detained by ICE as part of this operation, but the fallout from this crackdown is now causing even more frustration in the Latino community. This facility is expected to be the main processing center for those detained by ICE as part of this operation, but the fallout from this crackdown is now causing even more frustration in the Latino community. This facility is expected to be the main processing.
Yeah. So the thing is there's no signs for ICE or anything on the building. They just decided to put that information out there because they were going to use this as an outside site that to avoid harassments from the public, from the protesters. And this guy just doxed out the building. Yeah, ABC 7 in Chicago. Yep. Yeah. All right. Let's see. Tom Holman.
I'd love some transparency as to why a lot of these people have been disappeared. You say you have data. We would love to see it. The American people should see this data.
Well, here's the rhetoric again, right? You just meant disappeared. That is a ridiculous thing to say. Why? Because ICE is doing the same thing we've done for decades. But because of the last 4 years, ICE wasn't allowed to enforce the law. ICE was told to sit back, and you can't arrest an illegal alien for simply being here illegally. You got to wait till they commit a serious crime and can convict of that crime. That's the Secretary of Mayorkas' instructions were. And that's why you saw so much crime in this country coming from the illegal alien population. population because there's no law enforcement. But we're doing the same thing right now that we did when I started back in 1984. ICE agents are enforcing the laws enacted by Congress. They're appropriated funding to enforce these laws. If you don't like what ICE is doing, then go protest Congress. However, to say we disappeared people, no. We're arresting people that are in the country illegally and are public safety threat. We know exactly who we're going to arrest when we go look for them. We have a case file in front of us. We have all those facts. This is not disappearing people. This is a planned, targeted enforcement operation that we're doing. And the comments that you just made is one of the reasons why these men and women are under threat every day. Not just the men and women in ICE, but their spouses and their children. They're not disappearing people. They're enforcing the law. And the data proves that 70% of these people are criminals.
Could we see the data? Could we see that data?
Absolutely. I have no problem sharing any data from it. I read it every morning.
Yep. How about that? Yeah. Mika.
I'd love some transparency as to why.
And then this message from Donald Trump.
Hello to everyone attending the Innovative Housing Showcase on our National Mall. Very exciting. Under the Trump administration, we believe that affordable home ownership is a fundamental part of the American dream, and we're working every day to make that dream a reality for millions and millions of Americans. I've been a builder all my life. I built things. I was a real estate developer. I know what it is, and I'm thrilled to see some of our nation's greatest architects, engineers, and innovators coming together to highlight cutting-edge technologies and new ideas for housing construction. With Secretary Turner at the Department of Housing and Urban Development, who's a great guy, we're slashing permitting delays and eliminating a record number of costly regulations. We're also defeating inflation. We took over the worst inflation in the history of our country, and we've beat it, bringing down mortgage rates, reducing energy costs, and unleashing incredible economic growth like this country has never seen before. Together, we can put millions more American families in a home of their very own. I just want to thank you and have a great showcase.
Yeah. Yeah. How about that? All right. Next.
Dana, we faced with Chicago, with Illinois, that they continue to not cooperate with ICE when it deals with the worst of the worst criminal illegal aliens. This administration has lodged more than 2,000 detainers. That's to remove MS-13 gang members, convicted murderers, rapists, child predators who are currently in Illinois and Chicago jails. But with the exception of just a handful of times, Dana, Chicago law enforcement has refused to work with us because of those sanctuary city policies. Because J.B. Pritzker continues to protect these criminal illegal aliens, we do have to flood the zone. We do have to go out in the streets, make those arrests, make those deportations. And as your reporter just mentioned, we did issue a list of those individuals who are at large. That includes drug traffickers, arsonists. Why are these politicians trying to protect these monstrous individuals who are illegally in our country?
Yep. There you go. There you go. Oh, boy. Let's see. All right.
You know, the president said these are evil people, and he's right, but it's also evil politicians, like the mayor, the city council, the DA, the governor in North Carolina, evil people with evil policies that are actually destroying communities. So the problem, Sean, is a lot of people, like the rich liberal, they can't ride Uber, they don't have a driver, they don't have a vehicle, they actually have to ride public transportation. And public transportation has become an epidemic of violence and homelessness across the country. And so we don't have a ton of equities at DOT, but we do have money. Your federal tax dollars go to fund a lot of these transit systems across the country. And we have to look at them and say, well, maybe it's appropriate that we start pulling some of that money back, because I don't think the American taxpayer wants to pay for the homelessness and criminal element that harm little 23-year-old girls like this who are going home from work from ordering a pizza that they're going to get stabbed in the neck, and liberals want to hide that story so you and I don't talk about it, so the American people don't know that their failed policies don't work for the American people?
Mm-hmm. Yep. That's Secretary Duffy. Yep. And then here we go. L.A.
All right, we top this new hour with the Fox News alert. And breaking just moments ago, the Supreme Court handing the Trump administration's sweeping immigration agenda a major victory. Hello and welcome, everyone. I'm Sandra Smith in New York. And Bill, I might add, that father and that son will be joining us right here on America Reports in just about an hour.
Yep, looking forward to talking with them. Sandra, great to be with you as always. I'm Bill Malugin here in Los Angeles, in for John Roberts today. This is America Report. So this story, a huge deal out here in LA. In a 6-3 decision, the Supreme Court now clearing the way for roaming immigration sweeps here in LA to resume once again, at least for now. That coming after lower courts first blocked the administration from carrying out these raids back in July, saying they were discriminatory.
Obviously, this is a big change. Senior national correspondent William Lajeunesse is topping off this hour with this breaking news for us out of LA. What do we know, William?
Well, Sandra, it's an important ruling in that a district judge and an appeals court had effectively stopped immigration enforcement in Southern California. And we expected it to effectively become a nationwide ban as other judges in other cities would cite this ruling to stop ICE actions in their jurisdictions. So it was a Biden-appointed judge in July issued a restraining order stopping ICE from stopping individuals with just reasonable suspicion that they're in the U.S. illegally. It barred officials from relying on certain factors like race or being outside a Home Depot looking for day labor. Well, the Ninth Circuit upheld that ruling, prompting the administration to go to the Supreme Court, arguing that the ruling restricted ICE's ability to enforce the law passed by Congress that says you can't cross the border illegally to live and work in the U.S. We're talking 10 to 20 million people. Stopping even routine operations like hitting employers with reasonable cause to believe that they employed large numbers of illegal workers. So Justice Brett Kavanaugh wrote in his concurring opinion that race or ethnicity alone cannot be a reason to stop someone, but it can be considered along with other factors informing reasonable suspicion to stop someone for illegal immigration checks, such as where people gather and what jobs they are working in. Well, the three liberal justices said in dissent with Judge Sonia Sotomayor's writing, we should not have to live in a country where the government can seize anyone who looks Latino, speaks Spanish, and appears to work in a low-wage job. Moments ago, DHS issued this statement on behalf of the administration, quote, a win for the safety of Californians and the rule of law. DHS law enforcement will not be slowed down and will continue to arrest and remove the murderers, rapists, gang members, and other criminal illegal aliens that Karen Bass continues to give safe harbor. The bottom line is, Sandra, we expect ICE now to continue these sweeps, obviously in California, but also in other cities like Chicago. And that is why this ruling with the Supreme Court is important, because it essentially freezes, if you will, this district judge and the appeals court ruling that said that ICE could not do these immigration sweeps. Back to you.
We're going to dig deeper into that in just a moment. William Lajeunesse on that breaking news. Thank you, Bill.
Well, Sandra, as William just mentioned there, President Trump also keeping up his immigration crackdown in the city of Chicago. More ICE operations expected there today, along with targeted arrests all around the city. Trump also says he's going to make a decision on sending the National Guard to Chicago in, quote, the next day or two. Senior.
Yeah. So we've already got ICE there. And we're seeing, well, you'll be seeing some of the reports that I have in regards, one of the things that Trump said yesterday.
The woke agenda is practically gone. It's deep-seated. We have to make sure it's out. It's very bad. It's like a weed. You think you killed it, and then it starts growing again. So we have to be careful.
Yeah. The woke is gone. This is more on that. The Nepalese government banned social media last week to regulate misinformation. This is the government building today as ministers flee in helicopters. That's the government. Well, that's the government building. The people have risen. Yeah. This truck driver here, he's got a positive message for Trump.
Y'all, I'm a truck driver, right? Let me tell you the effects of Donald Trump. This company called me begging me to work for them because they couldn't find drivers anymore. Why couldn't they find drivers? Because Donald Trump instituted that you must speak English in order to hold a CDL. That means people who are natural born Americans, people who have been here for centuries, who built the country, now we get opportunities that all these foreigners would get. Say what you want to about Trump. I'm not saying he's not racist, but what he's doing positively affects me. Now the jobs that were going to illegal immigrants, that they were working for pennies on the dollar, now it goes to a natural born, full-blooded American.
There you go. Yeah. I'm not saying Trump's not a racist. Yeah, it's all right. Yeah. Here's one.
Today, we are taking this purpose and our American farmland back. American agriculture is not just about feeding our families, but about protecting our nation and standing up to foreign adversaries who are buying our farmland, stealing our research, and creating dangerous vulnerabilities in the very systems that sustain us. Reshoring and nearshoring our food and agriculture supply chain is essential for our nation's security. In coordination with the White House, the Departments of Treasury, Defense, Homeland Security, and Justice, as well as state governors, state agriculture commissioners, local, tribal, and territorial governments, today we announced the USDA's National Farm Security Action Plan. This plan includes 7 key action items, and there's a lot of people here that I want you to hear from, so I'm not going to go one by one, but just very quickly. It's on our website. The press has gotten a preview of it, and we can ask some questions once we finish the main program. But very quickly, and perhaps the most important, the first of the 7 is securing and protecting American farmland ownership, actively engaging at every level of government to take swift legislative and executive action to ban the purchase of American farmland by Chinese nationals and other foreign adversaries, standing on the shoulders of great governors, 3 of whom are standing behind me, who have already been leading the way on this issue. And at the federal government level, working to do everything within our ability, including presidential authorities, to claw back what has already been purchased by China and other foreign adversaries. Additionally, working with the Treasury of the Secretary of the Treasury, along with our Defense Department, on memorandums to ensure that moving forward, there is a much more intentional look at who is buying what in this country and from where they are in the world.
Yeah, how about that? How about that? Yeah. Libs gone wild. Here we go.
$1 billion! $1 billion just to change the signage.
Someone needs to get Grandma a snack and turn off the MSNBC.
You know how much money it's going to cost to change the Department of Defense to the Department of War.
Let me guess, you just screamed it at me at the beginning of this video. $1 billion!
$1 billion! Holy shit! This man is the sickest motherfucker we've seen in a long time.
Yes, you were totally fine with the huge influx of extra people that came into this country that our tax dollars was going towards supporting. You're totally fine with that. Totally fine with anything that an administration does that has a D in front of it. But the minute Trump wants to do anything, you're doing this, which, by the way, just the picture of perfect mental health right there. Now, you better hurry up. I know it's activity day and you're going to miss that bus that you take to go hold those signs on the side of the road, because that seems to be the only demographic that's really, truly out there ever.
Yeah. Oh, boy. All right. Here we go.
When did you last cross the border into the United States? Where are we going to
10 years.
10 years? Yeah, I knew what you meant now. I did.
What are you gonna do?
What do you think about what's happening?
Man, you guys are a piece of shit.
What's that?
You guys are a piece of shit.
You like criminals?
You guys are fucking up our community, man.
You like criminals?
You guys are fucking community.
You like criminals?
That's not a criminal.
How do you know? You don't know anything. You don't know
You guys
anything.
are fucking pussies, man. You guys are pussies, man.
like that?
And don't record me, bro.
Your mom.
You're in public.
Your dad.
Don't fucking record
If they're criminals, they gotta go. They gotta go.
Just because
If they're criminals, they're criminals.
You guys are laughing. Now they're my face.
Just because you guys
Because you're acting like a fool. That's why.
I'm not a fool.
Yeah.
I'm not
Because you don't know anything.
Fuck you. Fuck you.
Hey.
Fuck you.
It's amazing. You have the guy pull up like that.
Yeah, that's not uncommon.
And start flipping us off.
But I mean, I don't think they realize that we're out here trying to protect them from the people that are out there that are not only exploiting. They're taking advantage of the kindness of the U.S. Government and the people, but they're exploiting some of these illegal aliens that are here. The criminal illegal aliens that are here are exploiting their own people that are also here illegally. So I don't think a lot of these people that only get part of the story don't understand what we do and how we're benefiting the communities by taking some of these criminal aliens off the street.
Mr. Secretary, the economy did add nearly 500,000 manufacturing jobs under former President Biden. In this case, since April, again, you're actually losing manufacturing jobs. Is that problematic for your policy?
Well, a couple of things, Chris. We're going to get the revisions for last year next week, and there may be as big as an 800,000 job downward revision. Again, this would be the second downward revision. So I'm not sure what these people who collect the data have been doing. It's good. We need good data. Secondly, what we are seeing is the jobs that are being created are going to either native born or legal Americans. Most of the jobs created under the Biden administration, they went to illegal aliens.
Well, and I think that there would be a lot of debate over the fact that they went to illegal aliens, but let's keep moving.
No. That's the fact.
Mr. Secretary, the economy did add nearly 500,000 men.
For far too long, Americans have been forced to put up with Democrat-run cities that set loose savage, bloodthirsty criminals to prey on innocent people, really very, very innocent people. In every place, they control radical left judges, politicians, and activists, and they've adopted a policy of catch and release for thugs and killers. In Charlotte, North Carolina, we saw the results of these policies when a 23-year-old woman who came here from Ukraine met her bloody end on a public train. And here's a picture of it. This is the picture of it. And this is a picture of the woman, a beautiful young girl that never had problems in life, with a magnificent future in this country. And now she's dead. She was slaughtered by a deranged monster who was roaming free after 14 prior arrests. We cannot allow a depraved criminal element of violent repeat offenders to continue spreading destruction and death throughout our country. We have to respond with force and strength. We have to be vicious just like they are. It's the only thing they understand. 24 of the top 25 most dangerous cities in America are run by Democrat mayors. 50 people were murdered in Chicago in recent weeks, with hundreds being shot. And it's time to stop this madness. The people of our country need to insist on protection, safety, law, and order. We have proven that it can be done because we did it right here in D.C., in District of Columbia. The capital of America was a bloodthirsty, horrible, dangerous place, one of the worst. And now it's a crime-free city, and we're going to keep it that way. It can be done. It can happen fast. All we want is, please, Mr. President, we need help. Chicago needs help. Other cities needs help. We'll do what has to be done because we're going to make America safe again. And that includes our big cities. We're going to make those cities safe. Thank you.
Identifying themselves or answering questions about that? Are those not real? I'm
They will identify themselves in a safety, secure environment. Now, if they're surrounded by a bunch of people who are proposing danger, safety first. But I guarantee when someone's arrested and put in detention, they know who arrested them, that person identifies himself.
Mr. Holman.
Pardon me?
Sorry?
I missed you.
On Hyundai?
Hyundai.
The raid in Georgia?
Yeah.
I mean, is the administration in touch with the Korean government right now? What's sort of the update there? And then also, I mean, how much is the administration doing to work with South Korea on those permits and then for other companies?
I appreciate the question, but I'm not in the loop on that case. I can just tell you, I'm not in the loop on that one. No, I'm bored. I'm doing a lot. I'm not familiar with that case, but I will say this. I said from day one, we're going to increase worksite enforcement operations. It's a crime to enter this country illegally, and it's also a crime to knowingly hire an illegal alien. They drive down wages, and they put companies that hire U.S. citizens out of business. And I can give you many examples of that. Every day, illegal aliens that are employed by companies undercut their competition that hires illegal aliens. They drive wages down. No one hires an illegal alien out of goodness of their heart. They hire them because they work them harder, pay them less. Just like the farmers. There's a way a farmer can bring someone on, but they got to pay decent wages, got to provide housing. There's a right way and wrong way to do this, and President Trump demanding we do things the right way.
Mr. Holman, can we get some Spanish-speaking surrogates to deliver this message that you're giving? Because we have media that refuses to give the correct information, and they're giving the misinformation, causing the fear in the communities. Can we get some Spanish surrogates to go ahead and give them the right information so they know exactly what app to go to, so that they can go and do things the legal and the right way and the law and orderly way?
I think we do, but I agree with you. We could expand that, so I'll take that for action.
Thank you.
How does Operation Midway Blitz differ from the raids that you've been conducting in and around Chicago since February?
We got more resources in Chicago. Again, the president wants to make Chicago safe again, and nothing's changed. We're still prioritizing public safety threats and national security threats. It's just we're sending more resources to sanctuary cities. President Trump said day one, we're going to prioritize sanctuary cities because that's where the problem is. We know they're releasing public safety threats back in the community every day. We're going to go where the biggest problems are. The biggest problems are sanctuary cities.
What kinds of new resources?
More boots on the ground.
To community members and leaders who are worried about profiling, what do you say? Are due process rights being violated?
No, look, ICE agents aren't racially profiling. The law says you've got to establish reasonable suspicion to detain and question somebody. And I think the men and women, ICE and Border Patrol, are doing exactly that. And I think the Supreme Court disagreed with us in California case. There's the myriad of factors that take into consideration. They learn that in the academy. Every 6 months, ICE agents have a refresher training on Fourth Amendment that gives them the rules around detention, seizure, arrest, questioning, and so forth. They're very well trained. They bring a group of factors together until they establish reasonable suspicion to make an arrest. Like the big story was the jumping on back of Van Home Depot, how they established reasonable suspicion. Were they there when they did surveillance? Were they there when license plate numbers were copied and taken down and tried to build a case on who's hiring these people and where these people came from? Were they there when they run NCIC and III and intelligence data? Were they there when they screened social media data? The men and women at ICE do a good job, and they do it professionally. They do it with integrity. So I think the Supreme Court agreed with us yesterday. Things are being done the right way.
Sir, two days ago, Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker, he said on MSNBC that ICE is planning to, quote, invade Chicago. He later shared resources with us.
The only invasion that occurred was 10.5 million illegal aliens came to our border, invaded this country, and were illegally released into the United States in defiance of federal law. Federal law says you come to our border without proper documentation, you shall be detained. Not think about it. Not release them to NGO. You know what happened in the 4 years, which no one talks about? Why did it release millions of people into the United States when there are thousands of empty ICE beds? Why did they do that? Because if you're in ICE detention, you get a hearing within 35, 40 days. 90% lose their case. They simply don't qualify for asylum. They get on an airplane, they get sent home. That's not what they wanted. Release them to an NGO. The hearings are 5, 7, 9 years out if you go through the entire appeal process. What happens then? They're hoping for another Democratic leadership that can warrant amnesty to millions of people. They sold this country out for future political power. President Trump is enforcing the law. That's one thing no one wants to talk about. ICE isn't making it up. They're enforcing the law. That's what they're doing. Because it hasn't been enforced in 4 years, and everybody's shocked right now what ICE is doing. They've been doing this since I started in 1984. They've been doing this for decades, but because the last 4 years they couldn't enforce the law, and now we're back to enforcing law, everybody's having a fit. They're doing the right thing. They're making this country safe again every day. One more question. I got to go.
The president has talked about coming up with a program to help farmers who are hurting from the immigration enforcement. Did you have an update on where that stands?
I'm not going to get ahead of the president on that. There's discussions ongoing. I'll leave it at that. But the president has promised there will be no amnesty.
Mr. Homan, are you meeting that goal that the administration has set of deporting out of the country those individuals in the country illegally of a certain number per day or a certain number per month? Are you meeting the administration's set goals? And what is that number that you've seen so far?
I don't have a goal.
You have the administration is.
I don't have a goal. I want ICE out there every day with their partners, FBI, DEA, and ATF, to seek every criminal alien threat, every national security threat. I'll be happy when every illegal alien criminal and every illegal alien terrorist threat is removed from this country. That's when I'll be happy.
Was there never a goal of 3,000 a day? Does that sound right to you?
3,000 a day. People keep bringing up 3,000 a day. Let me make something clear. You'd have to arrest 7,000 people a day. 7,000 people a day just to remove the people that Joe Biden let in the country. 3,000 is not unreasonable at all, considering what the Biden administration did for 4 years. Do the math. 7,000 a day for the rest of this administration just to remove the people they let in. Not even talking about the 15 million that are already here. Again, President Trump promised American people to make this country safer. I want you guys, if you leave with anything, leave with this. The data proves the majority of people ICE are arresting are criminal public safety threats. We're taking them off the street. We're removing them from this country. So every day, this country gets a little bit safer because of President Trump sitting in the Oval Office, giving ICE and Border Patrol the authority to enforce the law and uphold the oath they took to defend this nation. That's it.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
You've been watching live coverage. We return now to
$7 minutes is a lot of time for him to stand out there with them. Normally it's 1 or 2 questions and then he's on his way. So it was good to see that. All right. And then Fetterman. What is it? Fetterman. Yeah.
I literally was in a former communist nation. And I asked that. I said, some people in my party, some of the lefties are talking about socialism now. What do you think? He's like, that's the worst thing ever. You're going to need a reality check if you ever adopt any of those things. You know, like you are morons. I literally was in a former.
You're literally morons. Wow. Look at that. Yeah. A little bit more on Chicago. This is
promising a surge of resources in the city.
We have team coverage of what's now being called Operation Midway Blitz. We begin with our Sabrina Franza live for us on the Southwest side, where community groups are trying to get critical information out to their neighbors. Sabrina.
Marie, neighbors here on the southwest side, they are telling us that they are feeling afraid in this moment. Many saying that they're not even opening their doors to those canvassing, trying to deliver Know Your Rights materials to them. They're saying that the enhanced immigration enforcement they're seeing here in their communities is a sign that that operation has begun.
Many people were asking, when is it going to start? When is it going to start? This has been happening. What we're seeing today is an escalation.
People united will never be defeated.
In the shadow of Midway Airport, Chicago's southwest side prepares for Operation Midway Blitz.
They will not stop here.
Telling neighbors to record, take photos if they see enhanced immigration enforcement in their area, reacting to reports of people being arrested by ICE near Archer Heights Sunday, including a local flower vendor.
We've already seen a decrease, a huge decrease this morning as I was dropping off my kids at school. No vendors were outside.
Early Monday, locals report spotting DHS in nearby West Lawn.
But we want to make sure that everybody has an opportunity to have representation.
Eddie Guillen passed out Know Your Rights flyers in his neighborhood after those alleged sightings.
Letting people know they have rights.
Downtown Chicago, Immigration and Customs Enforcement posted this photo, a marked ICE vehicle parked outside of Willis Tower. President Trump says he's still waiting for a call from Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker.
You try and reason with people like in Chicago with the governor and the mayor. You try and reason with them, and it's like you're talking to a wall.
Mayor Brendan Johnson reacting to all of this afternoon, saying that he's concerned about potential militarized immigration enforcement. Of course, we did reach out to Immigration and Customs Enforcement for more details on what this mission might look like. They did not get back to us with specifics, though we do know that they will occupy an office space at the Great Lakes Naval Base north of the city of Chicago until at least October 5th. We're in Archer Heights. Sabrina Franza, CBS News.
Yeah, so let's give a location of where their office is going to be. Yeah, another dock.
Promising a surge of resources in this city.
CBS Chicago, another doxing going on. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, here's Chicago 9 hours ago. Or last night, anyway.
Hey, back up, man. Back up. You can record from over there. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you. Just want to get closer, okay? Thank you.
Yeah. So that was last night. Yeah. You know. So yeah, it's a fuck around and find out kind of thing. Yeah. Well, let's go here.
Well, I think the auto pen is one of the great scandals of our time. The auto pen was our president, or to put it a different way, whoever operated the auto pen was our president.
There we have President Trump calling out his predecessor, Joe Biden, amid new revelations in this auto pen investigation. This now, as a report from Axios, says that Biden officials raised concerns with how he issued pardons and used the auto pen. House Oversight Committee Chair James Comer leading that investigation. And sir, good morning to you. Thank you for coming back. Let's go ahead and dig into it. Here we go, Axios yet again. There was a mad dash to find groups of people that he could then pardon, and then they largely did not run it by the Department of Justice to vet them, end quote. All right. Where are you now? Simply stated in your inquiry.
Well, we've been bringing in staffers in the Biden administration, key staffers. We started at the bottom. We've been working our way up to the chiefs of staff, trying to determine the process for how President Biden's administration used the auto pen. One thing I can say with confidence right now is that the testimony we've received versus what the Axios story and the other emails that have surfaced in the last 2 weeks have said are completely inconsistent with each other. And I think what's safe to say is, based also on Joe Biden's interview with the New York Times, is he wasn't vetting those. And I don't think it's a stretch to say that Joe Biden wasn't aware of the majority of pardons that were being signed with the auto pen. I don't think Joe Biden was aware of what was going on with many of the executive orders. So what we have here now with the evidence that's emerged, in addition to our transcribed interviews and depositions, is the fact that even Biden's own administration said, wait a minute, you can't do all these legal documents with an auto pen.
Who
and
said
secondly,
that? Hang on one sec. Who said that?
The Merrick Garland, a high-ranking official in the Garland Department of Justice, was concerned about the excessive use of the auto pen on legal documents.
So you're saying today, for the purposes of this interview now, that there were people within the Biden administration, the Biden White House, or was it the Justice Department who disagreed with the auto pen and the pardons that were coming down? What have you learned about that?
It was the Justice Department that disagreed with the excessive use of the auto pen on legal documents. It was the Justice Department that emailed the White House asking, did the president even know who was pardoned using the auto pen? So you take that, and you go with President Biden's one interview he's given post-presidency with the New York Times, and they asked him about the pardon process, and he said he delegated that out. Well, that's not how the pardon process works. Only one person in the world has the ability to pardon, and that's the President of the United States.
Okay, so let me go ahead.
Himself.
I don't mean to interrupt you here. I'm just trying to move it along in terms of time here. On screen, guys, go for it. 4,245 granted clemency. That's a lot, and 95% of those occurred in the final 3.5 months of his presidency. Sir, if I could, you put a post on X on Saturday. I'm just going to quote you. You said, another day, another revelation showing Joe Biden wasn't one to call in the shots. There must be accountability. Knowing that this is all past us, where is the accountability? How would that come?
Well, I think for one thing, you can question whether or not these pardons and executive orders that were signed in the last 3.5 months, when the president was clearly checked out of office, and there's more and more evidence that shows he didn't know what was going on with the use of that auto pen. I think you can question the validity and the legality of those pardons and executive orders. And that's huge. I mean, I think that it's not a stretch to say that those pardons and executive orders could be easily declared null and void in a court of law. And I think that our investigation will serve as evidence with that. We've got a few more people to bring in. We're bringing in Jean-Pierre Friday. She obviously has a book that comes out that talks about a lot of things that were going on in the Biden White House. We wonder if the use of the auto pen down the stretch is one of them. We're going to find out. But at the end of the day, what the staffers that we brought in and deposed, the way they said the auto pen worked versus what the emails that are being surfaced say how the auto pens work, totally inconsistent.
Okay.
But one thing that we have learned is that Joe Biden wasn't the one that was directing the use of that auto pen.
All right, here we go. Karine Jean-Pierre is on Friday, September 12th. Thursday is going to be a big deal. September 11th. And September 18th is next Thursday. Jeff Zients is then former White House Chief of Staff. Thank you, sir, for coming on. We got 100 more questions, but we don't have enough time.
Yeah. 100 more questions, but not enough time. Funny how that works out, right? Yeah. All right.
So it's getting dumber in Canada after all of the break-ins, murders, raping, pedophilia that's going on in Ontario. Now Hamilton has decided that you're not allowed to have security cameras filming criminals doing crime, because the criminals deserve privacy, when they're committing these crimes. And so there's a bylaw that states that you're not allowed to film anything that's outside of the peripheral of your own property. Just listen to this.
Everybody has a Ring doorbell camera.
There are 10 security cameras mounted outside of Dan Miles' Hamilton home. He says they've been a valuable tool for crime fighting.
I've actually participated in evidence sharing of 3 homicides on these cameras, over 40 break-and enters, multiple home invasions.
The cameras, Miles says, haven't prevented crime in the neighborhood, but they've helped with investigations.
I've given up over 40 videos to the Hamilton Police Services themselves, who have come here in person and asked me for them.
Including this one, shared also with Global News. Multiple angles of an alleged serial killer.
Sabrina Kildare was behind that fence right there, where that sign is on the corner of it.
And shots of a 77-year-old man just before his death. So it came as a surprise when the city of Hamilton asked Miles to remove all of his cameras.
Yeah, guys, now you can't even film criminals doing their thing because criminals in Canada deserve more rights than its citizens. Yeah, absolutely. You're not allowed to film. You're not allowed to fight back. They took away your guns. It's almost like it's an invasion. But hey, who's even like counting, or even paying attention? In Canada, we are so nice to criminals and rapists and pedophiles and the cartel and terrorists. But you know what you're not allowed to be? An extremist. And you want to know what an extremist is considered in Canada? Someone with good old-fashioned views, someone who doesn't commit crimes, someone who pays taxes, someone who follows the law, someone who has traditional views. That's considered extremist. But you can be a terrorist, a cartel member, a pedophile, a murderer, a thief, and you get so lax laws. Gee, I wonder why the government is going against its citizens. Is it an invasion? Is it a takeover? But yet they want 15-minute cities where your movement is absolutely tracked 100% of the time. They want CBDC so they know everything that you purchase, but they don't care about the criminals stealing things, coming into your house. And what I find really funny is then why are we giving humanitarian aid to other countries so that they can fight stuff? We should just tell them to comply, right? We should tell Ukraine to just comply. Go hide in your closets. Wait till Russia's done, right? I mean, liberal logic.
Oh, that was True Seeker 01011. Yep. All right, here we go.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Hey, why you arrested him? You have a warrant order or what?
Yeah, excuse me. Move, get back.
Yeah, why you arrested him?
Get out of his way. Get out of his way. Fuck out of his way. Don't you fucking touch me. Get back. Step back. Step back. I won't touch you. Step back. You're interfering with the investigation. Get back. You do not need one. And I do not need to show you one. Where are you fucking... Yeah, we're on the sidewalk filming. Perfectly legal. As long as you're staying back over there, you're fine. 3 unmasked, 3 masked. Okay. Yeah, Motherfuckers. We're driving off right now. I just sent pictures. I'll talk with somebody else who's taking pictures.
Yeah. Well, trendy views. It's sorry to burst your bubble. Yeah. All right, Green Lives Matter. The House Oversight Committee just released documents that further suggest that Epstein worked for the CIA, which would mean your government was financing a child trafficking operation for elites with taxpayer dollars. In 2019, Alex Acosta affirmed that there had been reports that Epstein was working for the government and was untouchable. The document shows a picture of Epstein that claims he is the brother of Redacted, and we think he works for the CIA. If they really wanted to get to the bottom of this entire scandal, they would bring in Alex Acosta and Les Wexner. All right, Les Wexner gave Epstein full power of attorney, which means he was his financial backer. He was also rumored to be gay. He could likely be the person referred to in this document as Epstein's boyfriend. Where is Les Wexner? Or Lex Wexner? They say to always follow the money when you are digging into a crime syndicate. The money leads straight to Les Wexner and his handlers above him. Follow the trail to where it actually leads. And then here we go.
Terry, were you ever made aware at any point in your handling of this case if Mr. Epstein was an intelligence asset of some sort?
So there has been reporting to that effect.
Terry, were you ever made?
Yeah, there has been reporting to that effect. Yeah. And then
today, the Supreme Court, the very body that used to advance civil rights and defend personal liberties, has now given the green light for law enforcement to profile and detain Angelenos based on their race. I want the entire nation to hear me when I say this isn't just an attack on the people of Los Angeles. This is an attack on every person in this city and in every city in our country. Justice Sotomayor said it best in her dissent. She wrote, "We should not have to live in a country where the government can seize anyone who looks Latino, speaks Spanish, and appears to work in a low-wage job, rather than stand idly by while our constitutional freedoms are lost." I dissent. And I agree with her. I dissent. We all dissent. Because from the beginning.
Well, this is the thing. You can dissent all you want, but well, let's see. Let me see here.
Thank you. Let me just say, we will bring justice to this issue, to our community. We will not stand for this type of discrimination and racism. Thank you.
Well, we're going to sit back and we're going to watch the illegals get taken out of this country. And then we're going to watch all you communists.
Today, the Supreme Court
tossed. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. The world will soon understand.
I'm really at a loss for words to describe what is happening. Guys, we are experiencing epic times. We are making history. The world is literally changing before our very eyes. Listen carefully. President Trump is doing several things. I'm going to list them for you. You will be blown away. This is literally mind-wrecking. This changes everything. First of all, Trump has literally declared war on crime in the big cities of America. He has effectively deployed the military to end the crime in the big cities. This has never happened before in all of human history. This is unprecedented, unheard of. This is unfathomable. He is sending the military to end the crime networks in the big cities. No president before him has ever lifted a finger to end the big crime. Trump is going all out, launching military force to end it. Second, he is ending the worldwide drug trafficking. He has declared full-blown war. Listen, he has declared full-blown war on the drug cartels. He is deploying the military to end the drug trafficking worldwide. No president before him has ever done anything remotely like this. They always allowed it to happen. Trump is literally shooting them out of the sea. This is incredible, guys. Third, he is going after the mass migration agenda, which is designed to create a one world order. Listen carefully what I mean by this. There's an agenda behind the mass migration. They want to destroy the elite. The globalists want to wipe out the uniqueness, the identity of every single nation by mixing them up with dozens of millions of other foreign people. So there is no England anymore, no France, no Germany, no America. There's nothing. Trump is ending that. He's sending the illegal immigrants back to their own countries. This is an incredible, powerful blow against the agenda of the globalists. Number 4, he's ending the worldwide human trafficking. The human trafficking is the blood of the elite. They rely on the children. They rely on the human trafficking. Trump is ending it. He's the one who talked about the Epstein files almost 70 times, guys. Has Trump talked about them? He has arrested Epstein. He is playing a very strategic game now because this is the big thing. They are going to end the human trafficking once and for all. 5, he's ending election interference by now mandating voter ID. This will ensure in the future that elections will be fair, that the right people will be elected. In California, for example, it's not a blue state by any means. There are no blue states. There are not that many people who are so insane, so radical. I mean, radically, completely insane. No, the only reason that people are elected in those positions in California, for example, is because of election interference, is because of mass fraud during the elections. Trump is going to end it. That's going to put an end to the reign of evil of the lunatics. This is literally going to save America and the world, because now the good people are going to run the nations. Trump is putting this in motion. Number 6, Bill Gates visited President Trump in the White House. Everybody went berserk. Oh, look at Trump. Oh, he's friends with Bill Gates. Yeah, think again, buddy. A couple days later, what is Trump doing? He posts a video that states that all vaccines are poisonous, every single one of them. This video blows up around the world. It will probably be the most viewed video in all of history. It is going crazy. Trump is literally changing the world as we speak. He's ending the reign of evil. He has also ended censorship. He has removed the powers and all their structures to silence everyone. He has opened the voice of humanity again. He has allowed the sound of truth to be heard once more. Guys, these are only a few examples. What President Trump is doing is unprecedented. My phone just overheated by making this video. That's how explosive this information is. I'll probably just need a new phone, but you know, guys, we are living in epic times. History is being made as I speak. If you want to hear more about how the world is changing for the better, how Trump is ending the global reign of evil, then follow me here.
Yep. All right, and that's Stop World Control, David J. Sorensen. Yeah, that's who that is. He's a great follow. He is. Very inspiring. Very inspiring. Very grounded in God. Yep. So this is in Cicero, Illinois. Go street by street if you need to. Send all the illegals packing. Yep.
Hey, has Donald Trump come up yet?
Not that I've seen. No. Let me do a quick check here. It'll usually come on here about 5 minutes before, 5 minutes before or 5 minutes after. What's this here? So yeah, these things are going on all over the place. We either do this the hard way or the easy way. Your choice, illegal aliens. Yeah. But no, I'm not seeing anything on an update from the Trump signing yet. Let me see. Nope. Okay, so I'm gonna move this over to here and kind of just keep that list up on my screen over here. So that means I don't get to see chat. But let's go ahead. Let's keep going here with this stuff. Here we go. Israel attacks Freedom Flotilla. Actually, no. Idiots shot up flares and one landed in their own boat. Here we go.
Oh my God, did you see that Israel tried to murder Greta Thunberg and everybody on her boat with a drone? No, I'm sorry, that's just what the world media is going to tell you. No, instead, here's the actual video of them shooting a flare directly up in the air and it landing back on the fucking boat. Here's another angle. It was a fucking flare. Yeah, the people on her boat had been shooting them off for about the past half hour, and then they got careless and shot it straight up in the air while the boat wasn't moving. So what do you think happened to the flare? Yeah, it fell down back inside their boat. Yeah, here's the damage. This is not a rocket. This is not a missile. This is nothing from a drone. This is the burn from when a flare that you shot lands back in your fucking boat. Jesus Christ, these people are ridiculous.
Yeah, how about that? How about that? How about that? Yeah. A leftist slashed the tires of a Customs and Border Protection truck, preventing the vehicle from leaving the scene of an operation in New York. This is about 3 hours ago. They are literally mobbing and surrounding the agents. Arrest them all. Yeah.
Quit your job! Quit your job! Quit your job! Quit your job! Get in the fucking car! Get in the fucking car! Get the fuck out of here! Quit your job! Do you feel fear? Do you feel it? Losers! Do you hear the people say? You lose! You lose! Protect my workers! Let them leave! Stop it! Let them leave! All right. Quit your job! Quit your job!
Yeah. I think there's a few people there that could probably be arrested for that. Yep.
His girlfriend, 34-year-old, was shot in the leg one time in a green Dodge Challenger. Male black, gray jacket, gray pants. He was with 3 males. The victim has a weapon. She got into a shootout with the male. Happened at 6700 Clyde. The victim is armed. She knows the shooters. Not sure if the male was shot. And she's supposed to be at La Rabida in the parking lot.
312 info.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna try to get a real name, but right now one of the offenders is gonna be the rapper Lil Mari.
His girlfriend, 34-year-old, was shot in the leg one time in a green Dodge Challenger.
Yeah. So guns are not the problem. Arrest and prosecution are the problem. Chicago rapper Lil Mari was shot yesterday while trying to carjack a woman who happened to be a concealed carry holder. There's nothing in the local news about the concealed carry holder defending themselves. And if it weren't for libs of Chicago pointing it out to me, I may have missed it too. Could someone explain to me how this rapper and others can post pictures showing them with firearms that are illegal under Illinois law, yet they are never being arrested for firearm-related offenses? I don't know about everyone else, but I'm tired of hearing this is a gun problem and we need more laws. That let's enforce the ones we have and go after violent offenders. So this little rapper decided he wanted to carjack somebody And the lady who was operating the vehicle that he tried to jack happened to be a concealed and carry individual, shot his ass. I think little Maury might be a little bit shorter now. Just saying. He might just be a little bit shorter, depending on where she shot him. Just saying. Just a little bit short. You know. Yeah. Let me do a quick refresh on this and see if we got President. Yeah, I figure we can go video by video, and I'll click in between them and see, Slow. This is the thing: is that you're a hop, skip, and a jump away from Chicago.
All right, I'm an hour and a half away from Chicago.
I mean, it's like this, okay? You got all the criminals there, right? And California got all the criminals here, okay? And I'm like, it's probably the same distance to come from California to my farm as it is from Chicago to your farm.
Oh man.
Okay.
I'm going to tell you, they don't really mess around too much here where I live. Here's a good example of that. So I don't know if I told you this story or not. So when they were doing the inspection on the house, right? The alarm went off for my house because he was trying to test something. Now, mind you, we live in the middle of nowhere. We are closer to Monticello than we are to Logansport, okay? When that alarm went off, there was an 8-minute response time from the county sheriff's department. That is pretty damn impressive.
Yeah.
They don't play around. And the guy that used to own the house, he was the sergeant major in charge of the National Guard over the entire state of Indiana. And before that, he was a Marine. As a matter of fact, his Eagle Globe and Anchor spire is still, or weather vane, spire, weather vane, whatever you want to call it, is still on top of the garage. His 30-foot flagpole is still right in front of my front door.
Yeah. You got a flag on it?
Oh, yeah.
You got
a flag. I got a U.S. flag, and I've got a U.S. Army flag on there.
Okay. Just checking.
And
mine are hanging off of the 4x4 in which the Starlink is mounted on top of. So there's a Starlink and an American flag and then a Marine Corps flag. So I had a POW flag, but it hung down enough that the dogs could grab it, and they ended up tearing it up.
When all of the bullshit was going on with our so-called last potted plant we had in the office there in Washington, I had a black American flag up there. A blacked out American flag. So
right. Yeah.
And a 2A flag also, by the way.
Yeah.
And my neighbor, he's a retired sheriff's deputy. He's seen my 2A flag, and right after I had my hip surgery back in April, he had stopped by when he's seen my other neighbor over here, and we were talking. He goes, "I knew we'd get along from the get-go because of that damn 2A flag that you got up there." He goes, "I love that flag. Where'd you get it?" And I told him, and he goes, "Hey, I might have to order me one." But he goes, we're gonna be best friends. I can tell already. So we don't play
Okay, so I think I know why Trump is late to his signing is because the negotiation for the release of a couple of hostages has gone through, and looking for his post now because I accidentally refreshed just in case he was live when I sat back down, and I shouldn't have ought to done that because now I gotta scroll until I find it again. Yeah, that's what I have to do. I have to scroll again. It's not funny. What's that about Medbeds?
In his first term.
Okay. Dang nabbit. I just saw it too. I just saw it. I did not know that this many posts could possibly come up on my feed in that short of a period of time. Okay, so let's go here first. Let me go ahead and move this over to this side. Because obviously we're going to be distracted. This morning, the Trump administration was notified by the United States military that Israel was attacking Hamas, which very unfortunately was located in a section of Doha, the capital of Qatar. This was a decision made by Prime Minister Netanyahu. It was not a decision made by me. Unilaterally bombing inside Qatar, a sovereign nation and a very close ally of the United States that is working very hard and bravely, taking risks with us to broker peace, does not advance Israel or America's goals. However, eliminating a Hamas who have profited off the misery of those living in Gaza is a worthy goal. I immediately directed Special Envoy Steve Witkoff to inform the Qataris of the impending attack, which he did. However, unfortunately, too late to stop the attack. I view Qatar as a strong ally, and this is what I was talking with you about before. Was that the relationship that Trump has built with Qatar is vital to that region. Okay, other nations came to the table because Qatar made the first move. Well, Trump made the first move, and Qatar, came forward and said, "Yeah, we'd like to work with you." Okay, so I view Qatar as a strong ally and a friend of the U.S. and feel very badly about the location of the attack. I want all of the hostages and the bodies of the dead released, and this war to end now. I also spoke to Prime Minister Netanyahu after the attack. The Prime Minister told me that he wants to make peace. I believe this unfortunate incident could serve as an opportunity for peace. I also spoke to the Emir and Prime Minister of Qatar and thanked them for their support and friendship to our country. I assured them that such a thing will not happen again on their soil. I have directed Secretary of State Marco Rubio to finalize the defense cooperation agreement with Qatar. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Okay, so Hawk, you were talking about the hostage release.
Yeah.
Donald Trump posted this 38 minutes ago. I am pleased to report that that Elizabeth Sakharov, a Princeton student whose sister is an American citizen, was just released by the Kataib Hezbollah, the militant Hezbollah, and is now safely in the American embassy in Iraq after being tortured for many months. I will always fight for justice and will never give up. Hamas release the hostages now. So I think it looks like they're doing one at a time, is what it looks like.
Yeah. Yeah, so one of the hostages has now been released. So that's flipping awesome. Let me do a quick refresh here to see if
simple assault and the destruction of.
Nope, I'm not seeing anything there yet. So let me see. Let's see what Benny's doing. Okay, yeah, starting soon. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn off the audio on that, and I'm going to move it over to here. And then once that event goes live, then we'll pull it up over here. How's that sound? Sound like a plan?
That's good to me.
Sounds like a plan. Okay. All right. Let's see. All right. Yeah. So let's go ahead and keep going through stuff, and as soon as I see Trump come out, then we will go from there. Why has that done that? There we go. Okay. There we go. Now I have control again. All right. Let's bring it back up there. Okay. So the so-called sassy shooters were just seen doing a photo shoot at the 35th Street Police Headquarters like this is some kind of a game. Meanwhile, our leadership in Chicago has failed our kids, and too many of them are treating real life like Grand Theft Auto. Here we go.
Of the 35th Police Headquarters, because last night I was given a video of the I'm gonna call them the sassy switchers, the ones that wear the skinny jeans with the switches and thought that they could post up here with their guns and put that out here like it's okay, and it's not okay. That's why the National Guard needs to come. That's why the troops need to come. That's why the military needs to come, because they think they playing Grand Theft Auto. And if you really play Grand Theft Auto, you know who wins at the end of Grand Theft Auto. So let's play this game. Donald Trump, President Trump, we need the military here. We have a genocide going on in our communities, and we need the U.S. military right here in the city of Chicago. We need them right in our neighborhoods. We need them right in front of the police headquarters, because clearly they don't respect the police at all if they could go ahead and do that last night.
And our elected officials know, they see it and they don't care. That's why we need you.
All hands on deck.
All hands on deck.
Yeah, kids out there playing. It's ridiculous, isn't it?
Yeah, well, that's what I was saying. I'm wondering if they're not going to have the National Guard out there at the heights.
I have a feeling that we're gonna see a whole lot. Amuse says, lawfare. Did you know that many of the judges releasing violent criminals into your communities aren't even lawyers? Judge Teresa Stokes, who released the career criminal who murdered the Ukrainian refugee on a promise he'd return to court for trial, is not an attorney. In states like North Carolina, South Carolina, Virginia, West Virginia, Texas, and Arizona, the magistrate signing your arrest or search warrant or deciding bail amounts might not be a lawyer. And it's like, I think there's some problems there, and then, before the military gets there, we got this going on. Mob in Chicago gathered to learn how to watch out for ICE and alert illegals. This Migra Watch training seems like obstruction and it endangers the ICE agents. Investigate this group and prosecute. Yeah. Just saying, this kind of stuff is going on. Yeah. And then, this is, whoa, hey, what happened there? What happened there? Did you see that?
No, I didn't. I'm
My
sorry.
thing just skipped all the way. My thing just skipped all the way up to the tip top. Yeah. Sexual predator arrested while
Early morning hours of August 18th. Surveillance footage at a Ladybug Espresso in Lakewood shows this bikini barista serving a drink to a customer who then violently grabs her through the window, ripping her shirt. Screen captures give us a good look at Ezekiel Guerrero, the 19-year-old that Lakewood police tracked down a week later in Kent. You can see him here in handcuffs.
Is that you? Yeah, that's me.
Guerrero keeps repeating he was not in the right state of mind.
It was just a flash. The moment I realized what I did, I let go.
Despite, according to police documents, Guerrero admitting to grabbing the young woman, he pleaded not guilty at his arraignment and is out of Pierce County Jail with a first-degree attempted kidnapping charge. Early morning hours of
yeah. How about that? How about that? Yeah. These guys shouldn't be out on the street. No, not for a single moment. Not for a single flipping moment. All right. Yeah. This guy says, because we at work.
Anti-Trump protests. Where are the pro-Trump protesters? Where are the people? Because allegedly he's very popular. At work. Yeah, bro, that's where they are. They're at their job. Hey, bro, we don't need to protest. We got the Senate, the House, presidency, and the Supreme Court. You think we're going to get all of that, doing it all through the system, doing it all through the voting process, just to fucking stand out in the street and yell at a building? No, bro, oh my God. Of course, you don't see pro-Trump protest. We don't need to protest. Our man is in the White House. Our party is in control of Congress. Conservatives are in charge of the Supreme Court. We hold the majority in the governorships. We hold the majority in state legislatures. We have everything we want. The fuck would we protest for? Like, I get why liberals protest. Like, they're out there, they're upset, they're fucking always upset. But why the fuck would I waste a day of my week where could be working or could be relaxing to go stand out on the street and watch people yell at a fucking building? That's dumb. That's why you don't see pro-Trump protests, because it's fucking dumb.
Can you argue with that?
No.
I mean, do you want to go out and do pro-Trump protests? I mean, what would that look like?
The whole point of a protest is
it looked like a picnic.
I mean, that's the whole point of a protest.
We'd be giving out hot dogs and hamburgers, Flo. We'd be giving out hot dogs and hamburgers, maybe even some potato chips or some fruit salad or potato salad. Yeah, we'd be waving our flags instead of waving signs. You know, we'd be greeting everybody. We'd be loving everybody. Yeah, let the pro-Trump protests begin. Yeah. Wasn't there a song about partying? We have to fight for our right to party.
Oh, yeah, the Beastie Boys.
Yeah, them guys. You gotta fight for your right. Yeah. Why can't we have a party? Why?
It's why I think we need to have one giant block party across the country.
That wouldn't be a bad thing.
What is this?
Yeah, that wouldn't be a bad thing.
In regards to this question, no, I have never worked with Mike Penny, ever.
Yeah. Hey, oh, go ahead.
I didn't even know about Mike Penny until my old neighbor was talking about him. I checked him out one time, and I wasn't too impressed.
Want to see some military dudes do some military shit?
Yeah, man.
Okay. United States Coast Guard caught a drug sub carrying over 17,000 pounds of cocaine across the Eastern Pacific and then just dropped the video evidence. Yep.
That's gonna be hard to get on. Alto Tupaco!
What do you think?
Oh man, that was outstanding. That was a drug sub, wasn't it?
Yeah, I peed a little. I'll be okay. I'll be okay. I'm sorry. I'm like having a moment here. Okay, I'm not exactly sure what kind of moment it's supposed to be, but I'm having a moment. All right. Oh, how about some anonymous?
Could Donald Trump serve a third term? At first glance, the answer seems simple. The 22nd Amendment. It was written after Franklin Roosevelt broke Washington's two-term precedent and held the presidency for 4 elections. The amendment made it law. No person shall be elected to the office of the president more than twice. But notice what the words actually say. Elected, not serve. The framers of that amendment had a chance to write, no one shall ever hold the presidency more than twice. They didn't. They made it narrower. That leaves an opening most people never think about. What if Trump ran as vice president on a Vance Trump ticket? The Constitution does not forbid him from being vice president. And if the president were to leave office, Trump could lawfully step back into the Oval Office, not by election, but by succession. Experts will tell you this is impossible. They'll insist the spirit of the law closes the door. But the spirit of the law isn't the law. The text is. And the text leaves a crack in the firewall built after FDR. Whether or not Trump takes that path, the point is bigger. Our Constitution is not as airtight as we're told. Strong personalities expose the loopholes. FDR did it. Trump might. And when the experts bend plain words to fit what they want to be true, it reveals more about their bias than about the Constitution itself. My friends, we are all anonymous. And if the people demand it, even the Constitution has a path.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, just think about it. It's always a possibility. All right.
It's a very violent crime, and how rapidly this person has accumulated contacts with law enforcement, it's concerning.
Weld County Sheriff Steve Reams is warning his residents of a man he released from jail, not by his own choosing, but because the suspect was ruled incompetent to stand trial.
With that ruling, we're forced to release that individual.
That individual is Debisa Ephraim, a 21-year-old who Reams says is seen in these videos fighting Northern Coloradans. The videos, too graphic to be shown in full, show men being knocked unconscious and then continuously punched in the face while lying on the ground.
He's a very dangerous person, and his actions, from what we can tell, were unprovoked.
So why did he walk free without ever seeing a jury? Reams says it's the result of House Bill 1034, signed into law last year by Governor Jared Polis. The law, at its core, said those found incompetent to stand trial should be sent to mental health care instead of incarceration. But that is contingent on the suspect qualifying for that care, which Ephraim did not, Reams says. So Monday morning, he walked free from charges like attempted murder and the cell that he lived in for the last 5 months.
This or the case that happened in Aurora with Solomon Galligan, those both are very giant highlights to the mistake that was made. It needs to be corrected. Someone's going to get hurt and someone's going to get hurt bad. All I can do at this point is make them aware that this person is out and about and pray that he doesn't re-enter those criminal actions. But quite honestly, without some legislative changes, I don't know how you address this concern.
Yep. Violent criminals on the streets. Yep. So, and then this happened. Fed agents set up a checkpoint at a school in D.C. If you use our schools and taxpayer dollars, you better be here legally. Same goes for all the hospitals. SCOTUS has ruled that your time is up. Yep. Just saying. Yep. All right, this is kind of interesting. Large movement of U.S. Air Force helicopters reported 4 B-22 Osprey helicopters to be flying in on Puerto Rico this morning as part of United States deployment in the Southern Caribbean. So Puerto Rico, just so you know, you are no longer in the drug trade. Bringing that stuff into New York and other areas, yeah, you're done with that. You're done with that. Yeah. We heard that some of you Puerto Ricans there in Puerto Rico are saying that you don't want to be a territory of the United States anymore. We're perfectly fine with that because the billions and billions of dollars that you get from the American taxpayer, we could find other uses for it that would be more aesthetic to taking care of Americans and our veterans. Actually, your entire budget could probably be used for VA care and the housing of homeless veterans, and cover all the expenses. So feel free to go ahead and decide that you want to become your own country and no longer be a territory of the United States. We're okay with that. We're us Americans. We're okay with that. We have no problem with it. And that could it could be in your best interest, maybe. Yeah, maybe. Just saying. I mean, there's just a little bit of this and a little bit of that, kind of thing. All right. And oh yeah, I was going to get to this one. It's
thing. Before we take questions, I want to add one thing that I hope the family won't mind me sharing. But after Irina's death, the embassy in Ukraine called and said, "We'll help you bring her home." And her family said no. They said she loved America. We're going to bury her here. So I think we can give her an America to be proud of. As Mr. Barnacle said, something here is broken, and we're here to fix it. Thank you.
Yep. FBI on the North Carolina stabbing. The family declined the Ukrainian embassy's offer to bring Anya's body back to Ukraine, saying she loved America. We will bury her here. Yep. And this is on the heels of Pam Bondi making the announcement that not only has he been arrested, but he's being federally charged. Yeah. Scott Lebedo, we haven't heard anything from him in a little while.
What a stunning, beautiful angel. That young Ukrainian girl sitting on that train. Slaughtered by a fucking animal. Animal. If you know, you know. Fucking animal. It's you. You fucking Democrats. It's your fault. I really want you to look in the mirror and wash that blood off your hand. It's you. do I say? What do you say? When do you learn? When do you say, you know what? I'm embarrassed of my party. Allowing and pushing for 6-year-olds to cut their dicks off because they want to be a girl. Fighting with your lives to allow a 300-pound, early, hairy fucking dude in a little girl's bathroom. Allowing and pushing for the revolving doors of justice and the rights of obviously vicious, violent fucking animal. These fucking animals that should be put the fuck down. A poor innocent dog that bites somebody, they put him down so he doesn't bite anybody else. You Democrats are responsible for her death. I want you to see that video of her sitting there in shock as her throat was slit open, and then she just slumps over to death. And this piece of shit, this fucking animal, has a GoFundMe page for his defense. And it's not Republicans, it's Democrats. So you fuckers need to evaluate. Your party is fucked. This is why you got Donald Trump for 3 fucking terms in a row. This is why you got the Supreme Court packed with us. Because you poke the fucking bear every motherfucking day. When are you going to learn to bring that balance back and have some common decency like you Democrats used to? The beauty about this country is its discourse and its balance. In this box of balance where we go at each other with disagreements, but we all agree that a violent criminal should be fucking punished and not rewarded. Oh, he's a victim of society. Look in the mirror, Democrats, and wash the blood off your fucking hands.
Yep. Yeah, it's something, isn't it? And it's such a true statement. You know. Elon Omar connected with $2.9 million fraud scheme as several arrests are made. Uh-oh. What's going on, Elon? Former campaign associate of Representative Elon Omar has pleaded guilty to participating in a multi-million-dollar pandemic food fraud conspiracy. We covered this a couple of weeks ago, but adding another chapter to the growing list of controversies surrounding the progressive lawmakers' political orbit. Federal prosecutors announced that 49-year-old Gahad Hashi described by Alpha News as an enforcer for Omar's campaign, admitted in court to 1 count of conspiracy to commit wire fraud and 1 count of conspiracy to commit money laundering. The charges stem from a wide-ranging fraud targeting a federally funded child nutrition program during the big C-19 pandemic. Yeah. That's the 52nd defendant in the Feeding Our Future case. 52nd. 52 so far. How long until they get to Elon? It can't be that long. I mean, if they've got 52 of them done already, and it's just like, yeah. So the Indians have doxxed the man who recorded the video of the mass takeover of his street by Indians near Dallas, Texas, and are receiving review bombing his business with accusation of foul smells and mixing drinks with their hands, kind of thing. They're all, yeah. Indians are mad because he wants his neighborhood back. Yep. Election integrity. Prior to Elon Musk's purchase of X, we weren't allowed to share stories of election fraud. The drive-by media routinely suppressed coverage of stories like Milwaukee election director Kimberly Zapata's conviction for fake military ballots. When the stories are covered in the local news and the reports
I do not.
Could you use a boat?
I don't know where I'd put it. The lakes around here are too small for too big anything. Speedboat, maybe.
You got a yard, don't you?
Yeah.
Okay, you could put the boat in the yard until you figure it out where to go. So you could use a boat too. See, Coast Guard, there's 2 boats down for you right there. You don't need to waste those bullets. Save the money. Save the money. You know, that boat got sunk to the bottom. Without the holes in it, I could have given you $100 or $2. Okay? I'm just saying. I could have given you $100 or $2. Then you would have made profit from having the boat. And you'd have got the criminal and the drugs. Okay? I'm just saying. You know, it's so tired of all the destruction. I mean, how long are we supposed to watch people just blow up good and useful things for no reason? There was no reason to sink that boat. Somebody could have used that boat. It's a money pit, especially after they've been in salt water and not maintained. Thanks a lot for crush my dreams, Cynthia. I'd just like to thank you for crushing my dreams.
A bad thing about boats, you know, Pawn Stars had it right. With boats, boat is actually an acronym for bust out another 1,000. Because everything's freaking expensive for a boat. And if you have one with an inboard engine, I think they run in reverse, if I'm not mistaken.
She crushed my dreams, man. She crushed my dreams. She just like that, like it was like instant. It was like, oh yeah, I'm not even gonna let him have this dream. Not even gonna let him have this dream. Just like I'm fine. I don't need a boat. I don't need a boat. Yeah. All right. The French government collapses. The people will take to the streets in 2 days. The people are demanding the resignation of Macron. France has been fighting for their freedom from tyranny for years. It's getting bumpy, just like Q, September 10th, Delta told us. Yeah, 2134. Buckle up.
Buttercup. Mm-hmm. Yep. British government or the French government is collapsing. Now, Barbara Boyd.
The second front is the terrorist infrastructure. That consists of London and Wall Street money laundering banks and hedge funds, the promoters of drug use, whether in the medical establishment, the foundations, or in the Canadian, Mexican, Venezuelan, Chinese, US, or other governments.
Yeah, exposing London and Wall Street control of drug cartels. You stop the flow of drugs, you stop the flow of money. Yeah. All right. Let's see. Mental wards. Mental wards. This is what mental wards used to look like.
Anyone who didn't comply to their new world was thrown in a mental asylum for reconditioning, reprogramming, with most never making it out. Old energy systems reformatted into wires and created so humans had to pay to live on the planet. They saw humans as their farm animals, pretending they cared, when actually they saw us as nothing more than animals that needed to be herded, controlled, and silenced, so they could serve their power, domination, and demonic control, with the dark entities convincing them they would be rewarded for their evil actions. They put us through the industrial age, convincing us this was development and this was progression, when really we were only building their world, tricked into believing this was for our benefit, when this was only shaping our consciousness to fit their own desires. The broken families and orphans repopulated the planet, creating anxiety, pain, and worry at a base level, starting their new world so we could be developed, shaped, and molded into how they wanted. Humanity had been left to ruin and evolve on its pain, to understand its own suffering. But this had happened in many cycles before, where we had reached a higher state of human consciousness, but we couldn't go any further. So it had to be reset. But this time, they were not able to stop it. There was no way they could control the rise in this consciousness, and it could only be reset through their technology.
And the problem is our technology was too advanced.
So, speaking of revolutions, Hawk, you just brought up the thing about France. Did you see what happened in Nepal?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I showed that while you were off. Yeah, I showed the government building getting burned down, and the wife and the husband getting beat, and the wife was killed.
And then I think the husband, wasn't he drugged through the streets in his underwear or something like that?
Yeah. But the wife was killed. They beat her to death and then dragged him away. Yeah. So, yeah. And then absolutely appalling, Basil the Great says.
Yo, what are you cutting them down for?
I fucking hate the whole idea of it.
That's fucking ridiculous. What are they doing to you? Racist? Why? By putting a flag up, they're racist, are they?
If you like, take a photo of me.
You're a piss take.
I'm proud I'm taking them down.
Yeah? You're a fucking joke. Absolute ridiculous. Look at you.
Put it on Facebook.
Yeah, we'll do. One absolute melt. Absolute melt.
Yep. Yeah. It's not like your country either. Yeah. It happens. Yeah. The Federal Reserve is among the foremost drivers of inequality in America. By failing to deliver on its inflation mandate, The Fed allowed class and generational disparities to grow worse, expanding the divide between the asset owners and the lower income Americans. The Fed must regain its independence and stop serving the wealthy at the expense of everyone else. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. He's got a whole new policy that he's presenting to President Trump, and we'll see where it goes. Yeah. All right. Kim Katie USA says crazy woman puts her hands on Houston police officers several times and isn't arrested. Police have put up with so much thanks to Democrat mayors like John Whitmire. It's truly pathetic what you force your police to endure. Yeah. It ain't no 1970s protesting there. Yeah. Chuck Schumer had a longtime mistress. If you saw Chuck Schumer's wife, you would understand. During the course of their relationship, Chuck gave his girlfriend a mattress. When Chuck broke up with his girlfriend, he demanded the mattress back. What a cheap son of a bitch. Here we go.
Well, Mr. President, on Friday, we learned the U.S. economy added only 22,000 jobs for the month of August.
Yeah,
a paltry number, an abysmal number, worse.
And this is the thing. This is the thing. This piece of shit. I mean, caca, poop. All right. No, he's a piece of shit. Okay. This piece of shit right here, Chuck Schumer, you are a piece of shit. You're also a pedophile. We know all about it. Okay. We know all about it. That little 10-year-old black girl. Yeah, we know all about it. Okay. Yeah. The one you were making out with. Yeah. Full lip lock and deep throating and everything else. You fucking pig. All right. This is the problem, is that they have the ability to walk down onto this floor, this what should be a sacred floor for every American, and spew bullshit. I mean, I expect shit to come from shit, but I can't even play this.
And the bitch of it is they're even protected because it's called
you have immunity.
Yes, congressional speech immunity.
Yeah, the debate clause. That's what they call it. The debate clause.
It's sickening is what it is.
You're going to debate a whole bunch of lies. That's because each person's going to be lying. Yeah. Congressman Tim Moore, probably another liar. Today, I led a letter calling for the removal of Magistrate Judge Teresa Stokes, who released a 14-time offender who went on to murder Irina Zarutska in Charlotte. This tragedy was preventable. There must be accountability. North Carolinians deserve better. And okay, so I'll agree with that. I'll give you that. And that's the guy right there. He had just stabbed her in the throat. She doesn't even know she's dying yet.
No, I watched the video, the whole video. Have you seen the whole video?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's disturbing, and everybody just sat there.
Yep. Others got off the train.
And one
Yeah.
dude even just grabbed his phone and started filming her as she was laying there dying and bleeding.
Yep. Yep. So this is Ed Krasenstein. Okay, he says Trump is found, Trump is rapist, Trump had multiple businesses shut down for fraud, Trump cheated on his wives, Trump pardoned people who covered for his alleged crimes, Trump was accused of walking in on underage girls, changing at the Miss Teen U.S. pageant, Trump is making money from anonymous sources while in office, foreign governments, people seeking pardons. If you're going to pray for something, pray for 8647, remove Trump from office. No, but Ed Krasenstein, I believe that you probably should spend some time behind bars. Yeah.
He's another one that's probably getting paid.
And you probably should get sued. You should probably get sued for everything you have. Yeah. You know, so a creepy California serial killer wore white-faced mask during prior burglary spree to hide his black identity. Cops say, yeah, guy wore a mask. Yeah, yeah. Think about the masks. Yep. All right. Chanel Rion. Here we go.
The tricky part in all of this is what I touched on last Friday, and that is judges and prosecutors, remember, generally live under a very comfortable shield in our government known as sovereign immunity, a common law doctrine that says officials acting in their official capacities are not liable for their official actions. And then, of course, there's state and local laws that further protect these officials. So when a judge signs off on DeCarlos Brown Jr., there are no ramifications to that judge for what that criminal might do once released. Understandable the first, second, and maybe the third time, but the 14th, 15th, and 16th time? This isn't a Charlotte thing either. This is a nationwide problem. Here's Chicago.
Left Miles with several broken bones in her face, as well as a concussion. According to police, she was assaulted by 32-year-old William Livingston. A record search produced 13 mugshots of Livingston going back to 2012. A large number of those arrests for aggravated assault and battery of both women and police officers, something Miles found out after the fact.
Like, what is enough? You know, what does someone have to do where he's going to be, they're going to be held accountable?
According to online records, Livingston's history of random acts of violence against women goes back 8 years. In 2017, he was accused of randomly attacking 2 women months apart. Both cases were dropped. In 2022, Livingston was sentenced to 5 years in prison after prosecutors said he punched and attempted to rob 4 women within 20 minutes.
Republican Congressman Randy Fine, who you'll hear on this show soon, announced on X he's introduced legislation holding judges accountable when violent repeat offenders they release commit new crimes. Quote, "It's easy to release criminals when you're protected by an armed bailiff at all times. The rest of us aren't so lucky. Those 12 plus judges that released DeCarlos Brown Jr. should have their day in court too." Elon Musk weighed in. "Let's change the law. Between now and then, name and shame the DAs and judges who enable murder, rape, and robbery, but especially shame those who funded the campaigns of the DAs and judges. That will make the biggest difference." You know, they're both right, and I hope Congressman Fine can figure it out and Congress goes along. But we also have a media and culture problem. When this story came out, it only went viral because it was posted on X. Had we left this entire story to big line media, no one save for the Charlotte community would have known about it. And even then, the way media initially spun the story was, we need more security on our public transit system. The real problem is transit hoppers. Really? That was the spin? Irina was stabbed in the neck within 4 minutes of boarding. No amount of security would have prevented that. Yes, the judges and Soros-funded prosecutors need to be named and shamed, but the media is just as complicit in all of this. Observers on X note, As of September 7, 2025, there were 74,221 AP articles about George Floyd. Remember him? 0 AP articles about Irina Zarutska. Big line media are propping up a failed leftist criminal justice reform system, the kind being flexed in nice places like Canada and Europe. The mindset that says we can and should set free the man who randomly got up and beheaded innocent people on the Greyhound bus. He can be released back into society so long as he says sorry and promises to take his medications. That's a real story. A criminal justice system full of mercy and understanding, where career criminals like DeCarlos Brown Jr. gets a slap on the wrist after 16 mugshots, and the kind of system in which an 83-year-old church reverend in England is hauled off because she was holding up a sign. How dangerous is an 83-year-old woman armed with free speech? Well, to the left, dangerous enough to be locked up. How dangerous is a schizophrenic career criminal armed with leftist mercy? In their eyes, not dangerous enough to be locked up. They still don't see the error of their ways. The Democrat mayor of Charlotte, V. Lyles, wrote this in response to Zarutska's murder. Quote, "We will never arrest our way out of issues such as homelessness and mental health." Never even mentioned the girl by name. Somehow, by this brilliant logic, keeping DeCarlos Brown in jail cells was not going to prevent him from killing Irina Zarutska. And if you want any more comfort about how leftists interpret and deal with a white girl getting randomly stabbed by a career criminal black man, well, the Charlotte City Council convened to meet about this incident. And they made sure to have their priorities lined up enough to take an hour out of their meeting to eat cake and party it up. And in case you were wondering who the Charlotte City Council is made up of, here's their public website. You be the judge. Coming up, Florida Congressman Randy Fine himself joins us to talk about this legislation he is proposing. Stay tuned.
Yeah. Yep. So, yeah. Just saying, there's a little bit there. You know. Let's go here.
God-fearing presidency, a God-fearing cabinet, a God-fearing nation, and the power of prayer. Secretary Scott Turner, who is a God-fearing man, had this to say. I loved every minute of it. Praise God. Just saying.
I'd like to ask a very good friend of mine, Secretary Scott Turner, to come up and say a few words about some of the things we're doing. And Scott, please take it away.
Well, good morning. So grateful to be here. What an honor it is to stand with this commission and with our president.
I played this yesterday, but I'm
we're
going
in
to
the
play
nation's
anyway.
capital. We're at the Museum of the Bible. We're together and we're talking about faith. Did anybody else pick up on that? I wouldn't want to be anywhere else but right here. So thank you, Mr. President. It's an honor to serve under your leadership, sir, and to be a part of this tremendous cabinet. How many know we have a godly, faithful cabinet? And a cabinet that prioritizes prayer. On July 3rd, Mr. President, of this year, you kicked off the year-long celebration of America's 250th birthday in Iowa. You invited America's faith communities to come together to pray for our country. Well, Mr. President, America's faith communities are responding with overwhelming enthusiasm, as you can see here today. Today, more than 70 major faith organizations and churches have joined together to participate in what we're calling America Prays. In fact, many of you are here today, including leaders from Pray.com, Hallow, the National Religious Broadcasters, the Faith and Freedom Coalition, Intercessors for America, and many, many others are here with us. And I want to take a moment. If you are here today and you have joined this faith movement, America Plays, please stand. If you're here this morning, please, if you're here, stand and let us see you. Thank you. Well, together, we have our simple proposition. Think about this. What if 1 million people prayed for our country every single week between now and next July 4th? More specifically, what if believers all across this great nation got together with 10 people, friends, family members, colleagues, work associates, 10 people each week to pray for our country and for our fellow citizens? Let that sink in. 1 million people every single week, 10 people getting together to pray for our country and for her citizens. Think about the miracles that would take place over the next year. Think about the transformation that you and I could witness in communities all across the land. Sons returning to their fathers, daughters returning to their mothers, families coming back together, health being restored, financial needs being met, mountains being moved. Think about it. If 1 million of us every week got together and prayed for this great country, how many know that God is well able to do it? Amen. We're a nation that has always believed in the power of prayer. During the Constitutional Convention, when our founding fathers, and many of you know this, were discussing the formation of our country, Benjamin Franklin stopped the debate and asked the delegates to pray for guidance from the Lord God Almighty. He famously said, "If a sparrow cannot fall to the ground without his notice, is it probable that an empire can rise without his aid?" How many are grateful that God put that on the heart of Benjamin Franklin on that day? Prayer brings restoration. It rebuilds what has been broken. It ignites an indescribable power of hope within you and within me. It's a light that's felt by all of those in whom we intercede and pray for. And you've all heard faith leaders across the country quote 2 Chronicles 7:14, which says, "If my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then I will hear from heaven and I will forgive their sins and will heal their land." On behalf of President Trump and ultimately the Lord God Almighty, who calls us to pray without ceasing, I'm inviting all Americans to pray with unwavering faith for the renewal of our nation and our fellow citizens. Amen. All Americans.
Just saying.
Yep. And that was good. We played that yesterday when that press conference was going on. I'm still keeping an eye on the other channel over here to see when something new comes up. And here's Trump's posted. I am pleased to report that Elizabeth Tarkoff, a Princeton student whose sister is an American citizen, was just released by Kataib Hezbollah, militant Hezbollah, and is now safely in the American embassy in Iraq after being tortured for many months. I will always fight for justice and never give up. Hamas release the hostages now. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. So, and then we got this. ICE arrests convicted sex offender Wilson Tindy in Minnesota. Tindy, a Kenyan national, landed multiple taxpayer-funded positions in Minnesota state agencies, including the Minnesota Department of Education. I showed you a clip on this yesterday.
Our first stop is an address in Plymouth. It's the home of a convicted sex offender and former director at the Minnesota Department of Education, who Alpha News exposed in June, sparking an online firestorm over the state's hiring practices. Wilson Tindy, a Kenyan national, was convicted of sexually assaulting a sleeping woman in the Twin Cities after breaking into her home. Tindy pled guilty to the crime 9 years ago. A judge ordered his removal from the United States. But a federal judge ultimately ruled that Tindy's removal was not warranted. Tindy spent 18 months in ICE custody and then landed taxpayer-funded positions at 2 separate Minnesota state agencies. After our reports, Tindy's status has changed.
We really have to go through, work with our legal.
Yeah. So this guy's he's been picked up and removed. Yeah. All right. And then we have, this is Pastor Dave.
According to the president's attorney, 1.6 trillion with a T. His exact words is, this is much bigger than the cartel. And this was a money laundering scheme that went into the politicians. All right, Act Blue scandal blows up. Investigators just subpoenaed Act Blue's top lawyers and a massive donor fraud probe. Let's hit the show more. Of stolen identities, 1,900 plus shady transactions. The Dems' favorite fundraising machine may sink them all. And if you haven't followed his thread, you can go down. He goes a little bit deeper in that. We don't have time to get into the how deep he goes, but Rod D. Martin does a great job of giving you all the facts. Bottom line is, Act Blue's attorneys are being called on the carpet.
Yeah. So it's happening slowly but surely, you know. And sometimes we just have to wait. Yeah. Yeah, darn right I did. Here we go. Says. Trump is now sending migrants to a prison where they can be eaten by alligators if they escape and yeah. That's what we voted for. Yeah. Yeah, we did that. Yep, we did that. Yeah. Yeah. And then the Islamists followed home and harassed Sweden's Minister of Civil Defense. He said they were trying to figure out his address to threaten and coerce him. How does any society last like this? You know? Yeah, they don't. They don't. And if Trump doesn't go live soon, I'm going to have to call it. All right. Here we go.
Did you hear what the Russian presidential advisor just said? That the United States is planning to wipe out its $35 trillion national debt by moving it into the so-called crypto cloud. This isn't the first time America has played this game. In 1933, Franklin Delano Roosevelt changed the price of gold overnight, and suddenly the U.S. debt problem looked a lot smaller. In the 1970s, Nixon closed the gold window, cutting the link between the dollar and gold. Each time, Washington rewrote the rules of money to its advantage. So is this new claim a conspiracy? Maybe not. If the world decides Bitcoin is digital gold, a store of value like gold has been for thousands of years, then the U.S. would be smart to position itself. That's just monetary reality. Now here's the contrast. Over the last 100 years, the U.S. dollar has lost more than 97% of its purchasing power. Why? Because whenever the government needed more money, it just printed it. And every time new dollars were created, the value of the ones in your pocket went down. That's inflation. That's why $1 in 1925 could buy what takes almost $30 today. Bitcoin, on the other hand, can't be printed. It's capped at 21 million. It's deflationary by design. That's why people call it digital gold. So when Russia warns that America is about to reset the debt using crypto, maybe it's alarmist, or maybe it's just history repeating itself in a digital age. My friends, we are all anonymous, and in the great game of money, whoever controls the reset controls the future.
Yeah. Interesting. Absolutely interesting. And I'm still not seeing anything on President Trump being live. And I do got a bunch of stuff out there that I've got to get to work on. It's because we're going into like 5 hours, I think, of podcast here. Yeah, 5 hours and 10 minutes. Yeah. So I'm going to go ahead and have to call it here. Unfortunately, it appears that we're keep an eye on YouTube. You'll probably see him go live soon. I've got work to get done. So let me tell you, that our Creator loves you, and His Son loves you, and I love you. I will be back with you either tonight or tomorrow, depending on what is going on in our world in this next period of time. I do want to do a call out that today would be a good day to donate if you can, because I've got some medical items that I need to get for the dogs, for two of the dogs. So any support would be helpful. And other than that, I'm going to take you out with the latest hit from Ingersoll Lockwood entitled Junior Risk It All. And I will see you then. Peace, love, yogurt to everybody.
Junior steps up in his Sunday best with a fire in his heart and a star on his chest. He's got grit, he's got soul, he's got nothing to lose. He's the man with a plan in his well-worn shoes. The trumpets call, the banners wave, a nation's hope he's here to save. Step into the light, Junior, don't you fall. Risk it all, risk it all. For the kids who cry, for the hearts that call. Risk it all, Junior, risk it all. The wolves in suits, they howl and sneer, but Junior's got no time for fear.